and just like to acknowledge that I'm on Gadigal land of the Eora Nation, and sovereignty has never been ceded. And there are elders that have been passed in, that are emerging and that are current, that are working towards, like, I just like to acknowledge them, and also just linking it back to patterns, and realize that, like, there are patterns that are healthy patterns, and there are patterns that are really awful, and patterns of colonization have been happening all over the world, in this country, and like, this is stolen land, and that pattern is creating so many problems, and it's ongoing, it's repeating. And so part of our role in permaculture, and as, you know, good human beings, is to try and unwind and change some of those patterns. And there are parts of that where we can do. There are parts that as allies that we can work in, that we can change. And so when we think about patterns, I would love us to invite us to think about patterns that we see, patterns that we feel, patterns that we notice, and how, if there are any not so good patterns, like, how can we change these patterns? How can we design not just spaces, but entire societies and cultures around, like, positive regenerative patterns? And yeah, that's why I'm really excited about patterns. So we introduced ourselves today by thinking about some of the patterns in our lives. So we've already got a little bit of an idea that patterns are repeated, something that's repeated, and that can grow from that. So these can be, with our eyes, we might see different patterns. These might be in time. These might be in habit. There are many, many, many different kinds. One of my favorite patterns is songs. They have so many patterns in them. And just in the background here, I'm going to play. Can you hear that? Yeah, so this is by Formidable Vegetable. The album is a whole album of permaculture principles, and this one's on patterns. So I'm going to play it in a little bit of background, and I'm also going to play a little video for some, like, whoa, nature's like hectic. And if we want to listen to the lyrics and think of some of the patterns that they're describing, or nature.
I wake up every morning, every night I go to bed. Like everybody I was born in, like everybody someday I'll be dead. Like the sun arising and the sun going down, it's all working to a pattern that keeps the whole thing going round. Around, 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 it's just the way it happens. Yeah, round, around, around, always in pattern.
Can you see the screen? Can you hear my voice?
Got to see the bigger picture before looking at the small.
So as we notice beautiful charm, we can see that patterns. Just want to, like,
you're not really seeing at
how
all.
cool is nature? What is going on here? Look at these patterns.
Before you do anything, gotta know how it's done. Work from a pattern to the details. You'll be halfway there before you've even begun.
Notice some of the repeating shapes you might
Around, around, around. Oh, they'll tell you what you need to know. From what the weather's doing, if there's rain or brewing, to how to make your garden grow. We can rely on patterns, and you can learn them faster. Train your brain to retain them. Become a pattern master. Yeah.
And perhaps noticing in this video, do you notice any structures that you might be able to identify in other
Like
places?
a tessellated tamarindo, or a spiral full of herbs, or Fibonacci geometry in broccoli, or all all of these rhyming words. It really blows my mind, the way it's all designed. Oh no, I'm not religious, but it's prodigious. All these patterns in this world of mine, they go round, around, around, in a dynamic relationship with the answers at your fingertip. Life just one big Mobius trip. Oh, if you can round, around, around, well, I'll eat my...
So I'll stop it there. I'll put the link to the song into the chat later. But did anyone notice any particular patterns that popped up in that song or that you saw that maybe came up for you? Just a quick little popcorn, single words.
The Romanesco broccoli is like always just blows my mind.
Any others?
Yeah, I loved like seeing the patterns in the patterns, you know, sort of seeing central and similar things. It was like, whoa, yeah.
Any other patterns that really jumped out at anyone?
I actually just love being reminded that you design from patterns to details in the song while that was going on.
Totally. Yeah. It's one of our big principles of permaculture that comes up. There's so many iterations of the different principles, but that's one that really comes up a lot is, you know, go from the big patterns and then come back and figure out the details. And then that interweaves with all the other principles as well. Beautiful. All right. Well, so what I would love to do with us this morning is so my first permaculture course with Liz. I remember we did this pattern session, and it was mostly just like pictures and some slides, and Liz was explaining them. But then she invited us to go outside and just like go for a walk at lunch. And I went outside and I was like, oh my God, the world is full of patterns. This is so intense. And it was like, I was just walking with these like pattern glasses on. So that's sort of my like secret, not so secret goal for everyone is I want to see if we can look at the world through patterns. So we're going to introduce just a few of the key shapes and repeated visual patterns first, and then I'm going to invite people to go for a little walk and a wander. And if you're not feeling very well, you just want to take that time to have a little rest and imagine patterns in your mind, or just make a cup of tea, that's so welcome. And then we'll talk a little bit more about some temporal patterns and some patterns in our lives and how that relates to the social patterns. So we'll try that. So I'm going to share my screen again. All right. So I've got a little PowerPoint up. I'm going to do the same thing as yesterday. I'm not going to put it in full screen mode just so that I can see your faces and the PowerPoint. But can you see? No, that's not good yet. I'll just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so you can see the whole screen now? Yeah? Anyone can't? Okay, great. So that song was by Formidable Vegetable. Highly recommend their album. They introduced me to permaculture before I knew what permaculture was. So we talked a little bit about patterns over time and events. Belle was sharing about the moon. Jonah was sharing about that sunrise that comes only at a certain time of year. So these temporal patterns are patterns that we experience in nature every day. And even just when we're looking at our sector analysis, we were looking at the sun and the shade, and that's just a pattern that moves throughout the day and changes seasonally. But these patterns over time are really important patterns that we'll observe in nature. Then there are some different forms that can be repeated. So that's the nature of a pattern. So like linear forms, like lines and triangles and rectangles, like compared with other more curvy forms, are weaker. And it's like I was going for a walk and thinking about patterns, and have you noticed how many like people made structures are linear compared with nature made structures? Yeah, I'm getting some nods from Erica. Yes, I just thought that was really interesting. So if as permaculturalists, and I usually can tell if it's a permaculture garden by like a few features, which is, it's like, have they used these like super curvy, beautiful patterns? And because everyone who's done permaculture has done this segment, you're like, I think that's a permaculture garden because they've done this, this, this. So moving into non-linear forms, these are some patterns that we might see in nature. So I'm using on the right, I'm using some of Liz's slides in the original permaculture course, and I've added a few things. So spirals. What are some examples of spirals that you might have seen? Feel free to put the mic on and popcorn out. That's okay. We're gonna go on a little spiral scavenger hunt. So maybe if we don't have any answers now, we can show each other soon. So actually what I might do is I might fly through this little, like introduce a few of the key ones and then send everyone out for a bit of a longer time to look for them and come back and share. That might actually be a nice way to really send ourselves outside. So spirals are like this amazing ratio, and that's how they create that spiral, and they're in nature everywhere. I assure you, the minute you walk out, you will find lots. One of my favorite spiral patterns is the inside of a native stingless beehive. Check that out. Like, right. Okay, so I'm going to put in a few little bee slides in this one, but I'm going to play that again. But these are amazing native stingless bees, Tetragonella carbonaria. And on the inside of their hive, they make this perfect spiral with their brood comb. Like, talk about spirals in nature. So this is what it looks like inside the hive. They've got the honey pots, the pollen pots, and the honey pots on the side, and their babies are in this perfect spiral. And that spiral this way, and it's also spiraled this way. Like, it's incredible. And I get to hang out with them all the time. Become a bee ecologist, everyone. It's really great. I also found these really beautiful graphics, which I'll link everyone later, but it just talks about a few beautiful examples of spirals in nature, and then some ways that we can use them in our designs. So another interesting part about spirals is how wind moves, which might not be so obvious. So the idea of Ekman spirals is that when there's a strong wind and a barrier, we looked at windbreaks yesterday, then what happens is it just kind of like spirals down instead of flowing over. So the like willy willies are an example of like spiraled wind going, and that can actually capture nutrients and move it across a landscape. Or if it's got a barrier, it can just kind of like keep spiraling down. On a bigger scale, it might turn into a big tornado. Is also a spiral. So the movement of air can also work in spirals, and we can use that in our designs to use that or to change that in whatever needs to happen at the time. So feel free to jump in and interrupt me at any time.
Okay. This symbol, as I told you on the first day for the Planetary Health Initiative, is the spiral. And in a permaculture course, we start and we can't keep returning to ideas and topics as we spiral around and around. And I was thinking when I looked at the Ekman spiral, it's as though there's just, if you imagine a human being, you're coming with way too much force at something, and then you hit the ground or you hit a wall and you're thrown back against yourself. And then you come and you try it again and you try it again. But by hitting against things, eventually you lose your energy. And the spiraling effect can happen and be in so many ways, where it can dissipate energy or where it can increase energy by gathering more and more and more as it gets bigger and bigger. And we have things like tornadoes that are also spirals. So yeah, they're very, to me, it feels like it's linked a lot to sort of movement and power and energy.
Would anyone like to add anything else about spirals or your experience of spirals?
When I see that little picture, it reminds me of waves, and like you can kind of think of like waves and like small waves. I think like when they like break, they're kind of like a spiral. That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's really interesting. How that wave kind of, if it kept going, it might be. Yeah, that's really interesting. There's
oh, sorry. Oh, I was just gonna say, me and my friend have an Instagram called the Endless Spiral, and it's literally just photos of spirals.
What? That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what is it?
Yeah.
Spiral? Okay.
It's called Endless and then _ spiral, and we just like put up photos of spirals or make spirals. I don't know, just started.
Eric's already following you. I can see. So good. Yes, I should have asked you for photos for this section. Goes to show the group we're all teachers and learners. We've all got so.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love what you said before, Emily, about like how in like the city, like it's so linear, so many linear forms. And I feel like I used to live life like through that very linear lens, but then there was a period in my life where I think I just like embraced that life actually works in like this spiral kind of beautiful form. And yeah, that's when I started noticing more of these patterns, and made me understand life in more of like a holistic manner.
Oh, wow, that's really beautiful. That's really beautiful. Yeah, wow. Yeah, I feel like when we can change our lens, it can change the whole perspective of the world. Hey. So I'd love to look at circles now. Circles and spheres. So circles are, would anyone else like to talk to circles first? Like why are circles so powerful?
Yes, I would love to. I do so much abstract art, right? So it's all patterns. And a circle is like the most energy efficient extension of a point. It's like with equal energy dispersing from a single point with, and it's just growing out, and it's just incredibly beautiful. And it's like I see circles in like drops of water where they've got the surface tension, and it's the circle sphere is just a very beautiful kind of thing. And there's always a center, which is sort of like the very center, and then it's got pi going through it, which is like this incredible number that's sort of a really beautiful fraction. And yeah, anyone else have anything to add on circles?
I just actually have a question. I'm looking at it. I'm like, what's the difference between a circle and a sphere? And like, how can you tell the difference?
So a circle is they're pretty much the same in the different dimensions. So the sphere is the 3D version of the circle, and the circle is the 2D version of the sphere. So a circle is like technically flat, but then a sphere is 3-dimensional. So you can say that a sphere is a circle, but like a sphere has to be like a bubble, whereas a circle, you can just draw a circle on a piece of paper and say that's a circle. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah.
Would anyone else like to add anything to circles? well, we're going to have a chance to go look for heaps of different kinds of circles outside soon. So the next pattern I'd love to introduce is branching patterns or dendritic patterns. And by that, it's like branching out and out and out and out and out by two by two by two. So the most common one we might recognize is like tree branching or like leaf veinage. But also inside our bodies, we have so much branching. And what's really powerful about branching is that it's a really effective way to distribute and then collect nutrients. So in the case of our lungs, we're getting the oxygen all through and back and clearing it. Would anyone else like to add anything to branching or dendritic patterns or any other examples you can think of? Yeah, Liz?
I think that what we learn from, so the branching, say in a tree, they say roughly that each branch is half the size of the branch before. And which means that by the time you get to the end, you get really fine little twiggy things that eventually break off in the storm. And so a storm will break all the tiny ones, but the one in the middle is the strongest. And yeah, and it's, if you were doing that in a garden, you'd sort of, one would be like a road where you come in with a car, then you might make half the size where you come in with a wheelbarrow, then half the size where you walk on your own, that sort of thing.
And is it wrong to not to confuse, but to link branching patterns with hierarchies? Can I bring that up now, Liz?
Sure.
So something that might work in a societal context is that when we have like an organization that's a branching pattern upside down, and you have the big branch and then it goes out. So you've got big boss, goes out to the managers, goes out to the clerks, goes out to the part-times, goes out to the casuals. Whilst this might be an efficient form of distributing nutrients and bringing it back, if anything is broken along the way, then a huge chunk of that distributing power has then broken off. And so the next one we'll look at is networks. But if we look at the difference between, say, branching patterns and network patterns, which have more spontaneity in the major nodes, it can be much easier to spontaneously share information and retract information, and it's much more resilient. So whilst we see dendritic patterns in nature, in our bodies, in leaves and things, when we think about it in a societal context, it will always have its pros and cons, and that's why there are so many different kinds of patterns that we might see and use to embrace diversity and to celebrate and find opportunities when we're designing. Like some things will be good, some patterns will be better than others in certain contexts.
That's such an excellent point, Emily. And the two things I've observed just in the last few months is I have a friend who works for Citibank, which is one of the biggest banks in the world. And they and a number of other people I know who work for massive global corporations, I know a few of them, and they just said the global corporations are starting to collapse. And it's because this vision of, one central place scaling out to lots and lots of other places, it's just not working because those little twigs at the end are breaking off. And similar to, say, in a council where you have the sort of central management body and then all the teams and going down through different levels of management to the workers, the irony is that the little twigs are doing all the really hard work on the ground, the real stuff, but they're too far from the central core, and the central management doesn't know what they're doing. It's not connected to them because whatever they're doing has to go through so many managers that it's like Chinese whispers by the time central management hears what's going on, and they feel quite far away from the center of power. And you know, and there's a real disconnect that can happen when organizations get too big. And so, yeah, so it can become quite, I've seen real issues happening with that, with, you know, governments and corporations and all of these organizations that use this hierarchical power structure.
And so the opportunity there is that if we want to change the system and change the pattern, we just need to find the bits of this weak, relatively weak dendritic hierarchical system and just snip them off, and then they're all gone. Whereas if we work in a mycelium network, which we'll get to in a minute, maybe we'll be more resilient. Anyway, revealing too much too soon. Did anyone want to add to this before I move on? Thank you, Josh. All right, I'm gonna jump to networks because I've already gone there. But just before we do though, so water, like rivers and tributaries, naturally also often follow dendritic patterns. So Liz mentioned like roads and pathways, but also water might move in a landscape in this way as well.
Are there some systems that have patterns that then become dendritic at some point in their, like, you know, or any multiple types of patterns that are happening within a system that only at the point at which it's efficient to change or something like that? I'm sure there are, but it's just a thought.
Can anyone think of any examples? That's a really cool idea.
Yeah, like the fern spiral, like when it's sort of unfurling, there's lots of spirals, but then coming off them might be other little patterns. So it can sort of like, yeah, patterns can be nestled within other patterns for sure. And I think that's a really clever way of thinking about it. Yeah. Trying to think of other examples.
I'm trying to think of water, like the ocean itself is, I don't even know, like, but like, you know, river systems are dendritic, but once they reach the ocean,
we're going to start moving into waves.
I don't know.
It would be network, I'd guess. If you're thinking about each individual like molecule of water, it would be very complex network, I'm imagining. But even in that, there's the currents as well. So I think you're right. There'd be the currents, which would be like networks, but even in those currents, there'd be even more networks within that as well.
Yeah. Currents could be spirals too.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Oh my God, thank you, Jonah. You're blowing my brain again. I'm gonna do networks and then come back to the others. Because we were just talking about dendritic patterns. So a major difference is that in a network, we've got each node that is connected to other nodes. And does anyone want to elaborate on networks and maybe some differences and some examples? I'll put this one up. Oh, this picture is really nice. Perhaps in society as well as in like visually in nature.
Is it something to do, I'm looking at the beehive and like there's many adjacent components, and would they sort of only have to share information with an adjacent part of the network, and then that just keeps spreading out? It's like dissipating the workload somehow.
Totally.
I don't know.
Yeah. So like honeycomb is an interesting one because it shows a few patterns, but in the way that you're describing, if you're connected to your nearby neighbors and they're connected to their nearby neighbors, then you've got a very resilient form of communication because multiple people are connected to multiple people, as opposed to Liz's example of what was it, like Citibank, where like you've only kind of got like one person to keep going up towards, and the distances between these is really, really long.
What I'm thinking of is like roads again. They can be dendritic, but they can, in a city especially, they're much more sort of like networked, where each hub is connected to each other hub. And if I think I block heaps of roads, the benefit of having a network is that they can just go around the blockages. But then, you know, if it was just dendritic, the second I block that key passage, no one can get through.
And
Oh, I've got a really cool story to tell you. I've been reading this amazing book on fungi, and in Japan, the planners, when the rail system broke down, they created a model of the rail system as it was with all its breaks, and they put slime mold into it, and the slime mold showed them the better way to set up their networks to distribute more evenly across Japan. And so they're starting to use slime molds in Australia as well for planning, to work out best places to put roads, best places to put railway lines, all those sorts of things, because fungi and slime molds know the best way to spread a network like that.
Yeah. The funny thing about that example, Liz, is so when they did it to Tokyo, the slime mold was like pretty much perfectly on Tokyo's transport network. They did the same thing to Sydney. Completely different. Like the slime mold was like, this is how it should be, and Sydney's just a mess. Yeah, should have listened to nature sooner. Thank you for that example. That's really awesome. Yeah, in this particular diagram, it goes beyond networks, and it also looks at nets as well. And you can see on the right, there are some examples of how we might use them in our design, of like netting things together and weaving things together. Like a trellis is a good one. Yeah, so take home on networks is that they're much more resilient in terms of organizing and communication than like hierarchical or dendritic structures. And our internet is based on networks, as well as mycelium. Let's jump back to tessellation. Does anyone want to explain tessellation? Give you this picture. So the idea that a repeated form can like fit really beautifully against and inside and next to each other in this tessellated system. So honeycomb is like the most beautiful example of this. It's hexagons just perfectly tessellating with each other. And that's something we can use we see often in nature, and we can use in our designs. And it can be both really beautiful and really functional. Bricks fitting together could be another form of tessellation. That's just a tessellation of rectangles.
Like a soccer ball, where you see like the soccer ball has the shape of like, and then there's the shape fitting against the shape, then it all somehow manages to turn into like a cool soccer ball pattern.
Totally. That's a really cool one. And that one's really cool because it's tessellating around a sphere. So another pattern on a pattern.
And I think it's using two different kinds of shapes as well.
Nuts. It's mind-blowing. So another one that we might see, and we kind of touched on this a little bit when we were looking at oceans, is waves. Does anyone want to speak to waves and what like waves we're observing in this diagram, and any others? Would someone like to step into it? All right, we're all going to hear my voice again. So if we look at the ocean waves as a really one that we can see in space, but then that's also happening in our hearts. It's a wave, and sound moves in waves, light moves in waves, You can, another visual one you can see is on sand dunes. The wind kind of shapes the sand into these waves. And then in terms of our designs, we can use looking at those waves and seeing how the wind is moving, to observe like what is the direction, how is the slope affecting the landscape in conjunction with the wind. So linking the patterns to our observation, to our microclimates, to our sector analysis, we can use these patterns to observe what is going on and maybe how we would make changes to the environment.
Sorry, what is a wave? Is it like I'm like, my brain's like freaking out, like what is
That's a really good question. Does anyone want to offer some insight? Because all I have is this. For me, that's a wave. Liz, do you have an actual definition?
No.
is it just like a pulse of something, like, and then we see sort of the wave go up, but it's like a repeated pulse, whether it's frequency, whether it's condensation of water in a water wave, or whether it's sand in a sand dune? Is it just a repeated pulse? I've got no idea. And I love that in the water waves, you see that there's the complement wave of the air that the air makes on the other side of the water. So each wave has its complement anti-wave. God, sorry.
I've got a good definition here. Waves involve the transport of energy without the transport of matter. In conclusion, a wave can be described as a disturbance that travels through a medium, transporting energy from one location, its source, to another location without transporting matter. So you could say, you can have waves of change where we could disturb one another's thinking, and that moves through society as a wave of change because we just disturb one thought after another, and that energy, that disturbance, that energy pushes against another one and another one and another one.
Another really interesting thing is that I remember standing by the ocean once with my grandfather, and I said, wow, it's so wild, it's so wild. And he said to me, well, really, the ocean is the most organized thing. So I think a wave is also organized.
So activists and social organizers look at wave theory.
This is kind of making me think about as well, like, everything in nature contracts and expands, and systems collapse and then complexify again. And like, that feels to me like a pulse, but I don't know how it relates to a wave. But I guess, like activity in systems can come in waves, and it can, like a dip in a wave can be, entropy and then syntropy.
Yeah. One of the most exciting videos I've seen in the last year is one that's a little bit old, but it's a TED talk by the guy that started the Pirate Party. And have you heard of the Pirate Party? So the Pirate Party is a political party, I think it was started in Sweden, where they wanted to make pirated information, in other words, make everything open source. And so they're pirates, like pirating data, pirating videos, pirating academic research. And they worked on the concept of swarm theory. How do you get swarms to happen, like a swarm of bees all at once? And what is the energy that goes through those bodies of bees or people to make them all move together at the same time? And he said what they did with the Pirate Party was they got people passionate about the concept so that everyone was fired up, so that energy disturbed people and moved from one person to another, and they got really fired up to act and change and to become part of the pirate movement. But they didn't control it. There was no hierarchy. They didn't have any dendritic patterning within it. They let everyone kind of make up their own rules as long as they stayed with the passionate concept of what it meant in the first place. So people were able to adapt their response to their own environment, to their own social situation, and have power and have agency to do it their own way. And they got voted in, and it was mostly young people, and they got voted into government really with no budget, no anything, and it spread around the world. So there are now pirate parties all around the world, and he's just incredible. It's really worth looking him up, this TED Talk, because he goes logically through all the steps he did and how to do it. And in terms of understanding how we can accelerate change, I think that's an amazing pattern. And obviously we watch wildlife do it all the time. We watch birds that migrate, we watch, and that's like a wave, isn't it, when the birds fly through the sky? So it must be something to do with that transfer of energy somehow that makes people act in the same way, and ants following one another. And I don't know, it's just interesting, as you said, thinking about these interwoven patterns and what you'd call one pattern or the other. But there is swarm theory is one of my favorite theories, so it's worth researching swarm theory.
Thank you. Also, thank you for bringing an example that involves bees. That's the third one today. The more examples that involve bees, the better. Awesome. That's waves, and also we touched on swarm theory. We've got a couple more. Oh yeah, so look at just lunate and serpentine. So this one was something I wasn't so familiar with and was really new to me when I first learned about it, but made sense later. Was that the curve of the moon, for example, that would be lunate, so lunar. But then those crescent shapes together make this serpentine pattern. So you can see on this picture, there's that eel or that snake that's creating that. And you ever been to like sand dunes? They create them. And again, it's like that movement of the wind is doing something wavy, and then, but on a 3D big meta scale, will become these kind of like lunate curvaceous structures, which yeah, I find a bit weird.
And I think the best link to what we've learned so far is the difference between the way we've allowed rivers to become a straight line as opposed to a serpentine pattern which spreads nutrient and water across the landscape.
Totally. And comes back to that slow it, sink it, spread it. Like doing this is going to slow and sink and spread much better than just
and I guess the sand dune thing has that concept of pulsing, bursts of energy drop, burst of energy drop, burst of energy drop. So because huge winds to carry sand, to lift and carry material, you can only carry it so far, then you have to drop it. Carry it again, drop it, carry it again. And it kind of is a beautiful metaphor for us in life to recognize that we can't carry these heavy loads indefinitely without dropping and resting. Do a burst of work, drop and rest. Do a burst of work, drop and rest. And I think that I've got a beautiful Banksy poster when he says, basically, when you get exhausted, don't give up, just take a rest and then keep going. Sort of do what you have to do, take a rest. Do what you have to do, take a rest. So that's a pattern.
Thank you, Liz. That's a beautiful, beautiful way of interpreting serpentine, and also avoiding burnout. Yay. I think we've got one more, which is looking at symmetry. There are a few examples here, but maybe does anyone want to popcorn some patterns in nature that have symmetry? You can use the examples here as well.
Good, because I'm seeing a peacock.
Great. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Totally. One of my favorites is cutting cross sections of fruit and seeing what kind of symmetry the seeds offer. And seed pods often have really interesting symmetrical patterns.
Do you
Thanks.
know why? Sorry.
You go, Stella, you go. I talked.
Oh, I was just going to say, why is it that aren't humans totally attracted to symmetry? Like it's I don't know, you see it a lot, I guess, in people like seeing it as a huge, like beautiful thing, but I'm sure we're also attracted to it in nature. I wonder if that's where it comes from.
Can I just jump in here? Might not be fully related, but I remember studying like ancient Greek culture and how they really admired like the symmetry and like sacred geometry in like the human form. And so they kind of idealized that a really long time ago. And I think a lot of our civilization has been influenced by that.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I wonder if it does come from nature.
So also rudimentary patterns. The simple of a pattern. It's all good, Liz. It's so like when you think about it, it's like even if you cut something in half, it's the start of a pattern. You know, it's yes, I think it's the love of patterns itself.
Speaking of a love of patterns itself, I think it might be time for us to go discover our love for patterns outside in the world. So you might want to take a photo of this as just a little reminder. I had fun in PowerPoint with the rainbow pen tool, and I was just drawing some shapes. But here we've got a little spiral. There's a lunate. That lunate is also linked to serpentine. There's, I don't think you can see my mouse. Can you see my mouse? You can? Okay, great. This is meant to be a wave form. This is meant to be dendritic. This is a little network. We didn't actually talk about clouds, but there are also irregular patterns, like clouds are their own kind of irregular sort of pattern. And then the one down here with the, that's a scatter pattern. And it's sort of like a patternless pattern, but it is actually a pattern in of the nature that it's scattering. And so maybe an example of that might be a seed pod that goes, or a dandelion, when you blow it goes, and it goes, like that would be scattering. This is a circle / sphere. This, I may or may not have spent a really long time trying to draw perfect hexagons in this app in PowerPoint. This is meant to be a perfect tessellation. It's not perfect, it's fine. And over here is my little cross-section symmetry little graphic. So if you want to take a little photo of this, and we'll go outside for, how much time would we like to go blow our minds with the patterns of the world? I can see Bella's holding up, is that 10? Yeah, okay, 10. Yeah, so the challenge is to find, oh my gosh, it's a game. Okay, so the game is to find as many, try and find at least one example of all of these shapes, which when repeated are patterns. And if you can't find all of them, as many as you can. And to take a photo, and or if it's like a leaf, you can bring it back as well. So to take a photo or to bring a sample, and to come back in, make it 12 minutes, come back at 10:30. Is my maths correct? Yeah, so come back at 10:30 with as many examples of as many patterns as you can.
And I guess the people sick in bed can Google. Is that?
And yes, great option.
I'm sure there can be some in the bedroom.
Oh yeah, you can
sure
observe your
some.
bedroom. You can Google, or you can think of examples, or you can also just have a little nap outside. Okay, thank you for offering that option, Josh. See you all soon. If we wanted to share some of the pieces that we brought back or some of the photos, I can, maybe Liz, you can help me make people admins or whatever to facilitate screen sharing, but I'd just love to share a few cool things that people saw. Who wants to go first? Data, over to you, love.
Hello, I'm back, but I heard most of the patterns lesson. I found this, which is a seed.
Oh, cool.
You know, those, I think donkeys love this kind of stuff, at least in Italy they do. It's like a, I don't know. Anyway, this is like the serpentine one, or the moon thingy.
Oh.
And then I was wondering if a feather would be a pattern, like, because it, what do you think?
What do we think, team? What pattern do we think it is?
I see multiple in the feather.
Yeah. Which ones?
That one looks very symmetrical, but some feathers aren't symmetrical.
This one is beautiful. I have no idea which bird this is, but it's very fluffy.
But would it be symmetrical when you're looking at the bird? Because, you know, if you have a look at like the wingspan and all the different feathers from the flight feathers and whatnot.
Yeah, it depends what angle, I think. I see symmetry. I also see dendritic.
Dendritic, yeah. And then I've got this one as well. And this is really pretty. And I see dendritic, I think, but also I can't remember what it's called. But I think there's a few in seeds and trees, like it's not just one.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'll pass it on to whoever wants to talk. Feel free to jump in.
Who wants to go next?
Just a thought that like we've been thinking a lot about like what we can visually see and the patterns we can visually see, but like also through time, like family trees and genetic spreading and things like that.
Totally. Yeah, I wanted to bring an X-ray machine and X-ray inside our bodies as well.
Okay,
next time. But again, that would be visual, and you're talking about like over time.
Over time, yeah.
I'm happy to go next. I'll show you. Gosh, oh wait, I'll just turn off my thing. But I found some tessellation patterns, which was really, really, really cool. I choose virtual background, none. Okay, now you can see. So I found, this is a mushroom. Oh, you can't really see it. Okay, I'm going to describe them. mushroom with little dots that all tessellating in shapes. I found a spiral. Again, you can't see it. It's a snail shell. I also found a spiral in my body. Bum, 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 bum. I found a network of an old cobweb, which was just a network pattern. I found beautiful waves in sort of leaves and more tessellations of dendritic sort of cells, and then waves and then spirals in the fern coming out. And this one you might be able to see. That's a dendritic fern, sort of. See, there you go. See, when I'm not showing it on you, you can sort of see that's a fern, and it's got lots of beautiful symmetrical dendritic stuff coming out. Lots of symmetry, and yeah, found a circle as well in the center of the plant. Any others?
Detta just in the chat just said our fingerprints are spirals, and I'm also noticing some rainbows.
That makes perfect sense. That you would have rainbows in your fingerprint.
That's amazing. Thanks, Josh. That's amazing. Anyone else find any cool patterns? Who wants to go next?
I'll go. So I'm on my phone today because we have a blackout. So I'm just trying to remember everything that I saw. But as soon as I went to walk outside, in the fruit bowl was like a pineapple. And then it's raining here today. And on the path, there's a pattern of the water coming down. So it starts at the top and splits down. Also a grevillea, which has the spirals on the flower. And then there's also a narrow leaf Nicolai, which because of the rain as well, all the leaves are drooping, and it comes out in this beautiful pattern. Does anybody else want to go?
I didn't muster up the courage to go outside, but around me there's like the patterns of like weaving of the rug. There's like weaving on the chair that I'm sitting on. This is a rattan chair. Weaving like the patterns of the color bond and some of the plants around me. The floorboards, the architecture. You've just kind of mind blown me from patterns, and now all I can see is patterns.
Yes!
And Harry's just getting annoyed at me for saying patterns so much.
Sorry, Harry, but also that's exactly what I wanted to do.
I had pizza for breakfast because I'm just miserable at the moment. But there's a circle and there's patterns of slices.
So good. That sounds delicious, Leanne. Thank you. Would anyone else like to share?
Yeah, I can share mine. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
So I'm lucky enough to be really close to the beach because I'm at my friend's property place. And the first thing was I found a frangipani, which I think has like actually a spiral in the right center of it. But then like there's that circle kind of leaves, and then there's the color pattern. Yeah, and the kind of like, yeah, spiral. And then I went onto the beach and found a shell, which I think maybe is like a line pattern. I don't know. I was kind of a bit confused about what the actual pattern was, but I love shell patterns. And it's got a pattern within a pattern because it's got holes. I don't know if you can see. So then it's like actually another pattern's going on there. And then I found my favorite things, seaweed. These little circle ones are really cute. I guess circle patterns. And then I found this one, And these little things actually help keep the seaweed afloat, which is pretty cool, I think. And then I found this really interesting thing, which is called a holdfast, and that is the bottom part of the seaweed that holds on to the rock, which I just think is amazing because I found the actual bottom of it. So that bit holds on, and then this bit, I guess, is like the branching. That's what I think of it. And so that's where like the seaweed kind of bit was. You kind of maybe find them at a lot of beaches and you don't know what they are. I used to not know what they are, and then today actually was the first time I was like, oh my god, that's that. And then I found my favorite type of seaweed, kelp, which does amazing things. And this I don't know either, but it reminds me of like a snake or a reptile. And I always find these ones at the beach, which are really interesting, that a seed looks like it was a seed that was germinating into a plant. I don't know, this one looks a bit different, but sometimes I find these little seeds on the beach, and it almost looks like a seed that's coming out of it, or it could just be, I don't know, a leaf and then it's gotten something, a bit sickness on it. But I don't know if you can see the back here, it's a bit sandy, but there's a little pattern on it. It's a bit hard to see. I wish I could go closer, but it's not letting me. And then my last pattern on the way back was a banksia, and I just think the color of it, and then that white and back, and then you look really close, it has those beautiful kind of veiny tree things. But I just love looking in patterns, and I love drawing patterns, and like it's inspired me to draw in more patterns. Who else hasn't gone? Anyone else not gone? Liz, have you gone?
I won't do it. Pass.
Erica, did you feel like sharing? You're also welcome to pops.
Can I pass, please?
Totally welcome.
Thank you.
Ceci, how are you going?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I'm not going so great, but I did go for like a little bit of a hazy walk through the garden, and saw a lot of branching, and circles, but like the nasturtium leaves that are like irregular circles. I thought they looked really, really beautiful, and then I just came back and lay down again.
Take care.
Thank you.
We saw some nice symmetry flowers. Yeah, some circles, some spirals, and then we were also looking at just tiles and thinking about tessellation and bricks. And what did we say? This was Grevillea. We were wondering about this one and maybe wanted some opinions, what people think.
Yeah, what is going on in this Grevillea? It's like incredibly beautiful, but like, yeah, couldn't figure anyone. What pattern is that?
It's a pattern that's changing over time because it would have had loops and then it starts to open. So it's because you're seeing it as an example of change over time, all in the one image. They're just stunning.
Yeah, they are. That was about it from us.
Yeah, also see dendritic on different layers. So it comes out on top and then below there's another layer of dendritic. And so it's a pattern of dendritics on top of each other almost. Stacked is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, totally.
And another pattern that when I was going on a walk yesterday, I saw that I also wanted to add was went to the seaside, and can you see the screen? Like this was in the sandstone. Like speaking of patterns over time, like this has been eroded over time and created, I'm not sure what pattern this is, but it's created like these beautiful, intricate patterns and structures.
It's tessellated.
And it's tessellated, yeah, and it's over like geologic time through water and organisms and wind. And then another one on this rock was, again, like this looked to me kind of like waveforms, like contour lines, but it was just that like geologic time of erosion that was creating these patterns. This was really, really cool as well. There's like these kind of like waveforms in the rocks, but then there's also this like quite regular like bloop 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 of water puddling. Like, what is going on at these totally sick rocks? And then I found a little bit of coral. But yeah, just wanted to emphasize that sometimes the pattern making can be really, really, really fast and slow as well. So aim is to finish at 11. And just do one little, got a little bit more to kind of bring it back home, which is actually, we will just look at this side quickly. And so when we're talking about patterns and design, and when we're designing, like we can design with the temporal patterns. We talked a little bit about societal patterns, our patterns and habits. It was mentioned yesterday, and I think earlier, that when we're thinking about zones, maybe we're thinking about what our usual walk might be, and thinking about zones in terms of the time that we spend in places, and designing things to maximize yield and to increase like simplicity. So not simplicity, less work for more beauty and yield and multiple functions. We might like to think of the patterns of time and our behavioral patterns in terms of the designs, but then just visually as well. And so I'm sharing, there's like lots of little examples here of some structures that are often used in permaculture gardens, that have really taken these patterns from nature and taken these permaculture principles to create designs. So a really big one is having wavy edges on things. So using pathways and using garden bed edges to increase the edge, because that'll increase biodiversity, and create not squares or circles is actually pretty good, but not necessarily have squares, but create different shapes and different forms, which will increase biodiversity on the edges. The second one there is a herb spiral, and I'm sure we'll talk about herb spirals soon in this course, but if I see a herb spiral in a garden, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder if they do permaculture. So that's using that beautiful spiral shape, and we can get into more detail about why a herb spiral is really fabulous in terms of growing things. A keyhole garden bed up the top there is a really like often used structure to increase the edge and to use, it's almost like a little bit of a dendritic pattern, like kind of like slowing it out, but it's also just increasing edges. And so there are a bunch of examples there of where, and I don't want to go into too much detail because there's one more conversation I'd like to have, but perhaps like throughout as we come back to things in the course, and I think we'll come back to these. Am I correct in Liz in that we'll come back to these when we look at like zone 2s and things? Yeah, okay. So I do trust that we'll come back to this, but just thinking about from patterns to details and looking at nature and observing what naturally happens in nature, so that when we're designing, we can sort of embrace the beauty and the functionality to celebrate biodiversity in our designs, in both our physical garden or planetary health site designs, but also when we think about those societal patterns in our social enterprise designs as well. So for the last 10 minutes, it's on that kind of thinking about our societal and cultural patterns, and coming back into, and maybe having the idea of the social enterprise in the back of your head, and how we connect with each other as individuals. And I put a couple of questions up here, but I think the one I would love us to focus on is, what are some patterns that we are noticing in society at the moment? Perhaps it's intentionally broad, so to stimulate, I'm going to put us into small groups to stimulate conversation, and you can kind of take the question where you want to, but think about some patterns that we're noticing in society, and what might be involved in shifting these. What might that shift look like, and what can our role as permaculture people be to use those patterns, or to create new ones that are enhancing biodiversity and any other principles. So it's a bit vague and abstract, and and it is intentionally so, just so that the conversations that want to happen can evolve. But I just want us to kind of think social enterprise in the back of our head, and patterns in society. How can we shift them? What might that look like? So I'm going to put us into breakout rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just check in with Ceci and Leanne. Do you feel like you'd like to be in a breakout room and be part of conversations? Like, do you feel like you've got the beans for it?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump on board.
In that case, what I might do is, and I'll put the questions in the chat now so that everyone can see them. And I'm just going to kind of randomly put us into small groups. And so that's a no from Ceci. Okay. So Ceci, what I might invite you to do is just to stay in the main room, and we can have a little rest there. And I'll assign us manually to, I think, 3 groups. Join us with me.
So we can be 2 people.
Yeah, so we can be 2. Just bear with me, I'm just assigning rooms. Oh, I don't assign myself. Okay, that's good to know. And all right, I'm going to send you off into rooms for about 6-ish minutes, and then we'll come back, have a quick popcorn, and then we'll go to a break. Okay, see you all soon. It's up to us. Who do we want to join?
Talk with Liz.
Oh, sorry, Liz. I didn't put you in a room.
Should we just talk?
Oh, I want to put you in a room. Sorry, Liz.
Oh, yeah.
How do I do that? Unsigned. Oh,
because Liz maybe is also a admin. Maybe.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay, Liz, I can't put you in a room because you're in an admin, but you can choose a room yourself.
I don't know how to do that.
You know how to do that. Okay, so down the bottom, you'll see the share screen, and then to the right there's record, and then to the right there's break in. Now, the people coming back in now, I was just summarizing what was going on for Sally, and I can see Sam's joined us. Hello, Sam. So we're just finishing up the little patterns piece at the moment, and then we're going to go to a break in the next session. And I would just love to ask maybe one person from each group to just, or, whoever really, just quick popcorn of some patterns in society, and if you had any ideas for shifting things.
Okay. I can start.
Yeah.
So Deda and I were discussing the pattern of the family tree, and how in society we see a lot of lack of communication kind of being a pattern for a lot of like problems in society. And going off like the idea of like this family tree, seeing how that results in like patterns of like intergenerational trauma as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
In our group, we talked a lot. We talked about the symmetry of sort of people breaking from one group into two political polarized groups around the world. We also talked about the similarities of there's a context of the climate of a garden, where a garden will have specific climate happening over here. And that's also very much like a person having their own internal political climate. And so, and it's sort of like, again, it's a patterning of these same different effects happening throughout on the person scale and on the garden scale, and how people in sociology, people can be just like a garden. You know, you can see that people are behaving just like a garden.
Thank you. Thank you to that group. What about our third group? Would anyone like to share some key points that came up?
I don't know if that was our group. I think it could have been, but it was really sad because we were just getting on a good topic, and then it was like boom, and then it went down. So it was a shame, because when those breakout rooms of like 60 seconds, you're like but we were kind of on that topic of like social enterprise and what does it look like, and talking about kind of social technology and the impact it's having on our society, but then that interrupting of COVID, and it being like this kind of people being able to question things or like think about things in different ways, and so it kind of being this interesting thing that's happened on our society. But as well, I loved Lauren's terminology of this onion skin. It's just huge. There's heaps of layers and heaps of skins to the problem. I don't know if Lauren wants to add anything.
Yeah, no, I just kind of see it as a really big onion issue, as I was saying. Like, there's just so many layers to it, and I guess an onion's a pattern as well, along with us challenging the systems in society. As, oh no, I forgot which one it was, the sand dunes, where you've got to have a dump, and I think we're like at that point where society's just like taking a break and dumping the system and challenging it, and hopefully there'll be a bigger and better rise.
Oh, wow. Were there any other groups that, I think, did anyone from a group not be able to share? I think that's everyone. Yeah. On that note of a bigger and better rise, yeah, I hope that perhaps this little session on patterns helps us see the patterns that we're experiencing through that lens, and yeah, to really invite us to think broadly about patterns and our role in changing, not just in a garden through design, but in designing our social landscapes, because we have that power to observe and to change patterns, and with a little bit of like learning around what kind of patterns will embrace biodiversity, what kind of patterns might be most effective for communicating, and like we now have those seeds of knowledge to really put it into our projects. So yeah, that's patterns. And I think we're going to take a little break and come.
Yeah, sorry, I just I'd like to just draw you, can you hear me? Yeah, I'd like just to draw you back in as well before we finish patterns, to think about the peacock. Remember how the feathers for the peacock filled the whole area, and the tessellated patterns where everything used every tiny bit of space. And as we're working to create life and restore planetary health, and create life at a greater pace than ever before to make up for what we've destroyed up until now, we need to learn from nature how to not waste life, how to not waste space. We have to think there's no dead time, there's no dead space. And when I was studying art, when I was at art school, we got told, I'm just trying to find a clean piece of paper to show you. We got told that if you did a portrait, for example, if you did a portrait of somebody, you didn't just do the portrait and ignore the whole rest of the canvas. It's the whole page you're working with. And it's the whole world we're working with. It's everyone in society. There aren't people that can be wasted. There's no time to be wasted. Every speck of this living organism that we're part of needs to be activated for life. So when you do your design, if this is the border of your property, don't just whack in a garden bed. Think about the entire space. How can you activate life in the entire space? So think about how the peacock showed how you could radiate out and fill all the bits in between. Think about tessellated patterns using every bit of space and the lines around each tessellation, or the webs of the peacock's feathers being the paths. So I want you to think of the whole page when you do your design, not just plonking a little veggie bed here and a little veggie bed there, and the rest of it's just lawn and, you know, potentially dead space. You may choose to make that a pollinator lawn, coming back to bees again, and turn that into a place for pollinators to come in between the beds. But I want you to think about everything, every little bit as alive, and bringing life back to every bit. You have the power over this patch of the planet that you can restore life to, where you can create life to its maximum capacity. So in the same way, lots of little microclimates will change the bigger climate. If every one of us maximizes the creation of life on the little patches of land we have control over, we will increase life across the whole planet. So that's where patterns will show you how to do that, because nature creates life and we can learn from it how to do that. So, so thank you so much for that, Emily. That was just a really great session. And thank you to everyone who contributed, especially the people who were sick and struggled to stay involved. I really cannot tell you how much we value your contribution. And welcome back, Sam. So we are running very, very late now. So if it's okay with you, are you happy just to have a 5-minute break between sessions? So we'll 11:15, we'll start our next session on weeds. Okay, see you in 5 minutes. That was great, Emily.
Sorry, I went late. I thought 11 was the time to go to.
Yeah, so technically it's because our morning circle took so long, but this session should always be finished by 10:30.
Okay.
It's all right. We'll get there. We just have to sort of, we can't dawdle and have too much. We'll have to keep things tight to get through the day. Yep. But it was good. It was a really good session. It was a great session. Yeah, it kept everyone engaged. It was very good. So it was what we needed after yesterday. So good work.
Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Liz. All right, I'm gonna jump off and have a break too.
Recording. Okay, so welcome back. Now, we'll see how we go with this technology. So I'll put up the screen. Oh, I have to install a Zoom audio. Sorry. Are you there?
I'm here. I can see a little bit of the screen in a thin white strip with a paintbrush at the top.
Oh, this isn't.
Now we can see it.
Okay, so you can see the whole screen.
Yes, I can see the yeah.
Humans create deserts.
Yeah, humans create.
Okay. All right. So today we're going to be looking at weeds and Zone 5 conservation. So we're going to look at natural forests, old growth or regenerated. And one of the things we often say in permaculture is that humans create deserts and nature creates forests. And this is a photo I took at the entrance to the old Katoomba Golf Course clubhouse. It's I've put the photos together, but it's the driveway coming in to the old Katoomba Golf Course. And you can see that's a desert. It's the asphalt of the road and the concrete of the driveway that's all around the golf course. And that's the highest point of the land where no water and no air can get to the soil below. So there is absolutely no life underneath that at all. So humans have created a total desert there at the highest point in the land. But right next to it, on the alongside that, next to the road, is a whole lot of beautiful, beautiful weed. And it's creating, if you were an ant, that would be a massive rainforest for you alongside that concrete desert. And I just love the thought that we call these strips alongside the footpath nature strips. And I think we have the option, even as we come into the Planetary Health site, that we could demonstrate on that nature strip what it means to leave half for nature or give half back for nature. And we could create an amazing demonstration site there. So people driving past in the middle of the concrete desert can see an example of what giving back to nature and creating forests could be. So we're going to be touching on a lot of these issues today. One of the things that we start by acknowledging country at the beginning of every session, but we don't actually have any of our First Nations people here with us. So I thought I would actually introduce you to some of our First Nations peoples in the Blue Mountains, in particular, David King, who's on the advisory committee for the Planetary Health Leadership Centre. And for those of you who were here when we showed aerial photos of the site, between Katoomba and the golf course, which are the two highest points in Katoomba, there's one big area called the Gully, which is a big natural area that has been handed back. It was an old racetrack, and it's been handed back to First Nations people, and they've been restoring it and regenerating it. And then when you look aerially, there's another area that's just as large, which is the Katoomba Golf Course, which is, basically mostly a desert in the sense that it became a golf course. And when you look at it from the air, you can see how little life there is in comparison. So we'll be working, and both of these areas are connected by water and by all sorts of natural species links. So I thought tomorrow when the planners come and talk to you, you'll see these aerial views and the link between the Gully and the future Planetary Health site. But we have worked with Dave King and Auntie Sharon, and they've agreed that we can call the programs we run at the Planetary Health site Muli Naju, which is sweet water. And this is a video about sweet water done a number of years ago at the Gully. And so I'd like you to just look at it to see what the surroundings are like and recognise this and the site you'll be designing feed into one another, but also look at it and think about how they managed to engage people in a world where we want to change the way society works. How can we make it inspiring to have people join us and be part of generation restoration? So I'll see how this goes. Oh, hang on.
The true history of the Gully, yeah, is a very untold story.
There was the whites and the blacks that lived here. They was all battlers and they all got on pretty well together.
I suppose because the racetrack hurt them so much and their families that some people never came back, but they never stopped having their connection back into the Gully.
This is what this is all about. It's about getting the community wanting to tell the true story of the place and actually opening people's eyes to the values that are in these areas.
For our people, the Gundungurra people, it was a summer camp. So we would come up here in summer and go back down to the Burragreen in winter. What's here is springs and you never run out of water. And it's really fresh water.
Water was just a key element and an attraction to not just the Aboriginal community, but the broader community. They always talked about the sweet water.
Because of the swamps, you have the right environment for food sources. So you could gather, hunt and live here quite well.
Ron Fletcher's my name, and I was only born up the hill there at the old slaughter yard. My mother was born down here in the Gully, and I lived here in the Gully before the Catalina Lake went in. It never done no harm to the people who was living here. It was the racetrack that done all the damage.
In 1957, the council approved the construction of the Catalina racetrack, and that resulted in the eviction of the Aboriginal people from the site, but it also caused significant environmental damage when they bulldozed the racetracks through the bushland and through the swamps. In the process, they also bulldozed the settlement that occurred in this area.
My name's David King, live up in the Blue Mountains. Mum was born up in Katoomba in the Gully we call Gargaree, and in the mid-1990s one of my uncles passed away. They then told us we're Aboriginal and they told us we were Gundungurra. After finding out I was Aboriginal, I then found out about the Gully story, and then I found out about my mum, about where she was born, my granddad, Essie Cooper. So for me, this is a connection, and it's a very strong connection, and it's very important, especially as I learnt all about the Gully people. As I learnt the stories, started to read the books, found out about its history, it just became a bit of a special place in my life.
There was significant damage to the social fabric of the Aboriginal community that was here, and families were uprooted that had lived in the Gully for generations. But there was also significant damage to the bushland, and Gargaree Swamp Care started to try and reverse that environmental damage and try and restore the swamps in the Gully back to their pre-Catalina racetrack condition.
So our first goal when we sat down and thought, okay, where do we start? There's a lot of weeds, there's a lot of bits and pieces we could do here. They always talked about the water down here always being sweet and fresh. Basically thought we'd start with the swamps. There's a couple of swamps that are very degraded. Because there's a couple of drainage lines being put in here, it meant that the swamp itself lost its centre. So it's sort of now running a bit more like a creek than a swamp. We removed some willows, and what we're trying to do is reuse the willows then to create the swamp so it comes back into its natural form.
Having the Gargaree Swamp Care Group really made a huge impact in 12 months. It's like we're bringing the swamp back to life.
when we first got onto the site, it was very, very degraded. And there was like, wow, we're going to be here for quite a few decades. And then with that little bit of funding that we did get to be able to use for the contractors, it was just brilliant to be able to get a good gap in the actual weeds. And then I think it's sort of spurred everybody else on.
The Swamp Care Group is a fantastic group, partly because it's under David King's leadership. He's created a real community, family atmosphere around the Land Care Group. So there's lots of kids get in touch with nature through the process. We always have great food, great morning tea, and there's lots of stories being told.
Bringing the gully community, in a sense, back through this sort of swamp care is bringing a lot of connections that might not have happened if we hadn't got down here and started doing some of this work.
There was no electricity down here, even in my time. I know they've got it on over. We've all come together again, and we're all so pleased that on what's going on here now. I always feel like today just coming here. It's a place I want to come to.
I've been doing bush care for quite a while now. I think it's very fun. I like getting muddy as well, so as you might be able to see, I've got a bit of mud on me. Yeah, it's kind of fun around here.
To me, this project isn't just about revigorating the environment and caring for the swamp. It's about caring for people and giving people the connection to country and being able to them to pass on that connection to their grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and also to the wider public, and getting the wider public involved in caring for environment and country.
We're just continuing what our ancestors did, look after our land. So it's about the people from the gully literally being the people who have a voice in the gully. Our people can actually make proper decisions on what it is with Blue Mountain City Council.
The council has a co-management agreement with the gully traditional owners, so that any decisions that are made in the management of this place are made in consultation with the gully traditional owners.
Because at the end of the day, it is public land and everyone has the right to come here and enjoy what we're enjoying today. It's been a happy place and a sad place at times, so we're hoping that the sad times have gone completely and everyone will be making new memories here.
Well, one thing I'd like to say is for people, when they come to the gully in the future, or now, in the future, respect us. Respect the gully as an original place.
Okay, so would anyone, the thing that I was hoping that you picked up from that was the combination of earth care and people care and fair share, and understanding our relationship with country and how you can bring both, I guess, environmental and social design into the design that you'll be doing for the Planetary Health site. Would anyone like to comment on the video?
Yes, I would, Liz. Also, Stella just said that she's having to go. So if at some stage while we're doing a video, if you could like post links to relevant videos in the WhatsApp chat, that would be great, because then, you know, people can watch it. But also what I loved is the water focus, in that it was really focusing around water as like the key to life. And that was really, that was what was capturing me, is this sweet water, this incredible spring resource of having almost like perfect, pristine, drinkable water just coming up out of the ground like gold, and how they were going about restoring that and capturing that. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else like to make a comment?
I really liked the bit when there was the little boy spoke as well, and just kind of seeing that different intergenerational and like that, the youngs, you know, the kind of broad aspect. And that's what I really think is so important to build in communities, is to build more, having that all that different kind of generations and the young and the old together. And I think it's so important, and it was so inspiring and I think uplifting to see that something like this is still happening. And I think, like he said, it's a place of you know, once a sorrowful place, and kind of bringing back light to it. And yeah, it was really inspiring. And I think I picked up on a lot of simple things that just really bring people together, like a good afternoon tea and good food and good company and connecting as well. And I have a friend who we spoke about this and saying, like, it's something that's a beautiful element to add when people are maybe having troubles in life or struggling, is that putting your hands into the dirt and just doing something active. And I just think I just have this urge, this kind of burst in my body to kind of bring those to like mental health and that space of when people grieving and bringing gardening or bringing just being back into nature. And I see that intertwined really well.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Well, good. Okay, so this is a very similar country to the golf course, except that with the site that we're working on, it has lots of, you know, those long, what are they called? Those areas where you hit the ball. The things you have at a golf course. There's just big stretches of lawn. So that's just a bit of an introduction. So now I wanted to ask you, what is a weed? Who can tell me what a weed is? Feel free to just speak up if you have an idea of what a weed is.
Is it just the plant that's not native to that area or seems out of place? Is what I learned while I was on my field trips.
Yes. So it's basically just a plant that is one that you don't want to have there. So it's a plant that's out of place, not what you want in that place and in that spot, and that's a weed. There is, of course, another layer which we'll talk about, which is environmental weeds that have been categorised by the government as weeds of national significance that are quite problematic, and that's where we have a really strong definition of weed. But for permaculturalists, most plants we see as being functioning parts of an ecosystem. And so if you have a look at this photo, these were 3 young people in an introduction to permaculture course I did in Lithgow. And over to the left, what you can't see in the photo was, you know, degraded land with rubble and broken concrete. And as we moved along, more and more grass and other weeds came in and started colonizing the space. And when you think back to ecology, what was the role of weeds in ecology?
To regenerate the soil before the next trees coming in or shrubs?
Yes, and it's the first part of succession. And if you have a look here, you can see that as you look around, there's just the ordinary grass, but then in amongst the grass, you can see dandelions, which also have flowers, as does the dock eventually. And these attract insects, so they start attracting wildlife to come in. The dandelions and the dock have much bigger, flatter leaves that protect the soil, because soil doesn't like to be bare. And so you can see how nature just comes in and it's absolutely horrified by bare soil. It's kind of like nudity, and they want to cut, not there's anything wrong with nudity, but they just want to cover it because they're offended by the bare soil. And so you can see here, Bill Mollison always says there's always room for one more plant. And I think nature shows us that. I think we did a little cross section and there was something like 15 different plants in that section we were looking at, and they're all crammed in together. And you can see how as it gets denser and denser, plants come in that can just grow up higher than the ones before. And then they shade out the first lot of weeds. And then the next bush will come in and shade out the second lot of weeds. So they just all keep growing up higher and higher towards the light as part of succession. And both the dandelion and the dock, which is the big leaf plant you see there, have really deep tap roots. So they're breaking up the compacted soil in that spot and cracking it open. And when another shaded plant comes in over them, the roots of the dandelions and the dock will gradually rot, and they become channels where there's compost and air and water that will go further down into the soil. So doing the work in effect that the keyline plough did to cut open the soil, but nature's doing it by putting roots deep down and cracking open the soil. Would anyone like to make another comment at this point?
When
Yep.
When you get blowy things that you can kind of blow, are they a dandelion? Are they the same as a dandelion? You know, those like I don't know what they're called, but they're like you blow on them and then they see. I think it's the
Yes.
seeds, and they.
That's the dandelion, yes. And so they're using, so what they do, they're very, very clever because the stem goes up high and rises above. Sorry, can I ask you not to do, sorry, my husband's just arrived. Would you just, I'm not, he's just been vaccinated. So hope he's going to be all right today. As the stem of the dandelion goes up, it's very clever. You can see how it rises up above the grass, and then the seed will disperse and the wind will blow until the seed can find a bare bit of soil to colonize. So how clever is that? It just floats all around everywhere until it can find a nice little place. Some of it will land in amongst lots of grass and just not germinate, but they send out so many seeds that somewhere they will find another bit of bare land. If you look to the back behind the boys in this photo, can you see up near the fence? This is a cafe next door to the university campus. And up there, they've got gravel where they were trying to get rid of weeds, but in amongst the gravel, the dandelions managed to germinate and they're coming up. See there? So they're attracting and creating habitat and pollen and keeping water in the soil. So nature just is doing everything it can here to create a forest. So at lunchtime, when you go outside, I'd like you to look around and find the most degraded, desertified spot you can find, whether it's the road, the gutter, the footpath, anywhere that you can find where you think, oh, that's just really the worst spot. And I want you to start walking around and seeing where nature may have intervened and what nature's doing to try and turn that desert back into a forest. Does anyone else want to ask a question or comment before I move to the next slide?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. This is just all really interesting. I used to work as a bush regenerator and then a commercial planter at a point. My partner and I have lucky enough been able to buy our first home in Winmalee. And like we've got a beautiful plot of land as well. And like there's lots of trad growing and whatnot. So like my eyes go to pulling them out. And like we've removed quite a bit of privet as well. But it's just so interesting to see what you're mentioning. And like there's a patch that I've removed a whole bunch of trad and weedy grass. But my eyes have just been like, I need to put something in there. Even if I just throw some flowering seeds or whatnot, just to give it some life, because it's just barren dirt and there's little bits that I've neglected or haven't done anything. Like straight away, some weedy grass or something has just like popped up within like just a few days, and it's just really interesting to see this side of the lens of it. But yeah, I just thought I'd comment on that.
Yes. So what we generally say in permaculture is leave weeds until you're ready to put something else in their place.
Still not sure about that.
Siri's not sure about that. But what you would do is you would take off any seed heads or anything that would be making that plant spread at the moment, so that it wouldn't keep spreading. But we will talk a little bit more about this, Leanne, as we go on and talk about minimum disturbance techniques in weed management. So hold that thought. And if I haven't come back to it adequately by the end of the presentation, can you just ask me again? So yeah, but it's generally what we say is that weeds are performing a really important function. They have come in to try and rebalance the ecosystem for us. And usually, if we leave them over time, succession will mean that they will be replaced. But when things get out of hand, obviously we need to intervene, and we will discuss that as part of Bush Regen. So it's a complex, there's not a simple answer. As with everything, there's, all generalizations are false, including this one. So it's about really looking at the whole complexity of all of these different things and making a decision relative to where you are. So are you in a natural bush area? Are you at a cafe that's all concrete and any vegetation is better than no vegetation, as long as it's not spreading into bushland? So these are all the questions you need to ask yourself each time. So we describe weeds in permaculture as guardians of the soil. They're there to try and really protect the soil and the life that's in the soil and the water that's in the soil, because without them, the next heavy rain will just erode all of that soil and the life will be washed away. So we really need to protect soil as much as we can, because we've lost so much of our topsoil in the world that it's one of the most threatening things for the world, that because the topsoil is what we need to be able to grow the food and to create all the life that we need to create. And it also stores carbon. So when you wash it away, it's losing its capacity to store carbon and fix nitrogen and hold water. And soil is the only way that we can process methane. So in terms of all of those cycles we discussed in climate and the ways that we can actually reduce extreme climate change, soil is one of the key factors. So we need to look at soil and weeds together when we work out how to restore planetary health and how to design our permaculture gardens. So weeds have an important part in the ecosystem. They can also teach us a lot. So for example, if you go to Blackheath Community Farm, we've got a lot of sheep sorrel all over the farm, and that's a sign that the soil is very acidic. And different weeds will teach you different things about the soil. So you can look at a soil and say, wow, there's a lot of phosphorus in that, or that's very nitrogen rich, or that's a really poor soil because the only thing that can grow there is this. And so you look at the various different weeds and see what you can learn about your soil and the environment before you even start to plant anything or do anything with the soil. So right at the beginning, you need to start to read your weeds so that you can read your land and understand what's going on beneath your feet. They say that there is more life beneath our feet in good soil and in the whole world beneath our feet than the whole of the oceans and the top of the earth combined. So far more life below our feet. And that's what most of us ignore. We're always looking at what's happening around us on top of the soil and what's going on in the oceans. And very little attention is given to that incredible diversity of life beneath our feet. There are also lots of ways. It's really interesting for you to start looking at how we can actually find uses for weeds. They're not just something that needs to be pulled out. A lot of them are edible. A lot of them can be used in many, many different ways, like for weaving and for creating things. And there's a lot of incredible art made with weeds. But has anyone got any ideas about things that they've done with weeds, useful weeds that they've encountered?
Well, with dandelion, I make tea.
Beautiful. Every single part of the dandelion can be used. The
salads.
The flower petals can be used in pancakes. The leaves can be used in salads, as you say. The root can be used to make a sort of dandelion coffee. They're a fantastic weed. Any others?
St. John's wort, which is used as can be used as like an antidepressant medication, I think, as well.
Mm-hmm.
I hitchhiked to a festival once, and I forgot all my fresh vegetables in the car that I hitchhiked with. And I got to the festival, and I had some basic dry things, but I had no fresh things. And I lived off chickweed for a week. It was amazing. This amazing little, and I had very little understanding of weeds. I knew one, and so I just ate a lot of chickweed, and it saved me that festival.
Fantastic. You can actually, there's a really good book that I have here. It's probably the best one I've seen. It's called Useful Weeds on Your Doorstep, and it's got photographs and drawings of all the different uses for weeds, and it helps you identify them. And I found it extremely helpful, and there are so many weeds that are edible. And if you know do you know the weed plantain?
Yay.
And it has a little husk on the top, and when you're a kid you often get it and you flick the little husk off at people. Well, that's those little husks are wild psyllium. So if you're ever constipated, it's like psyllium husks, and you can put it in your food for constipation even. So there are and you can actually use the leaves of the plantain to eat as well. A lot of them don't taste nice on their own, but what I tend to do is chop them up and either put them in a soup or a frittata or something like that. And when you combine them all, they can be really tasty. Any other ideas?
Well, chickweed can be used also for skin rashes, and plantain for bug bites.
Oh wow!
And then Madeira vine, you can eat it. It's actually yummy. It's one of the worst ones, but it's yummy.
Fantastic. So it's worth doing a bit of research on weeds, because it's extraordinary how many of them are edible, and in some countries they're delicacies and they're sold in the markets because people value them so much, but we just pull them out and poison them and trample them and don't realize what we're doing, and it's incredible waste of an amazing resource. Would anyone else like to comment about a useful weed that they're aware of?
I've got a question about weeds, about where foraging them. I've know so many, but I always find it really hard to know where is okay. Like I was on a walk the other day and I got some berries, blackberries, and I know people say they're weeds or they don't like them because they just grow so much. And I ate some, but I was just always weary, and like to get to Farmers Friends, I know a lot about Farmers Friends are really amazing for you, and apparently I've tried it, but it hasn't worked. But you can sprout this little tiny things, and they can be like little sprouts. It's never worked for me, but I never know. Yeah, I find it hard to know where to get them or where the right foraging spots are right, because you don't know if it's getting polluted by like cars and things, but I feel this feeling of like we can never, especially these days, there's nothing that's ever pure anymore. Like there's pollution everywhere. I don't know. What's that?
Yeah, I would tend to go as far away from a road as possible if I were collecting something. And also you need to be, especially with blackberries, because if it's anywhere near a road, it may well have been sprayed by a local council to get rid of the weed. So you need to just be aware, because they don't often put signs up saying these have been sprayed. So you need to be a little bit careful of that. Yeah, but I know if I'm in the middle of the bush and I see blackberries, I'll eat them because I know no one's there spraying them. You know, if it's not an obvious bush regen zone, then I would eat them, but not probably on the side of the road, just in case a council team's just been through. Although usually they'll spray before they turn to berry because they don't want to spread it. Anyone else?
Belle, can I ask a question about the what was farmer's friend that you just mentioned?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you said you can sprout the seeds? Is that?
Yeah.
Can you eat the like the leaves of the plant as well? Do you know?
Yeah, the leaves are really good for tea, and you can eat the flower. And it's actually a native. So it's actually something that everyone thinks is not, and everyone hates, and that's why it's called farmers' friends. But it actually, because the farmers hate it, but there's another name for it, and it's actually a native.
Oh my gosh, there's so much growing in my garden. Like I can't walk out of it like without getting the seeds all over my pants.
Yeah.
My whole attitude has just changed. Thank you so much.
That's okay.
Okay, so now I'm going to show you a short video from Gardening Australia, which from a farmer's perspective shows how they manage weeds. So listen carefully to the strategies they use to manage weed in this video, but also they're telling you a little bit about how to read the role of weeds and things that you can use weeds for. So it's a nice little summary. Oh.
Spring is a time when plants really rocket along, but unfortunately that means the weeds too. And if you don't
When it comes to wide open vistas, it's absolutely beautiful here.
I can't
but
see
if
the
you
screen.
take
Can
a
anyone
closer
else
look, things can get a bit uglier.
Sorry, what was that, Josh?
I can't see the screen. Can anyone else not see the screen?
I can't see it.
Oh, you can't see it. Hang on.
Do you have something blocking it? Like another tab blocking it or something? Or
Okay, hang on.
we can only see the PowerPoint. Have you selected only to show us the PowerPoint and then it's blocking everything else?
Okay, I'll try this. Just a minute.
You might need to screen share again and then just select the.
Yeah. Can you see that now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So, can you see that?
When it comes to wide open vistas, it's absolutely beautiful here. But if you take a closer look, things can get a bit uglier, at least from the point of view of most gardeners. There are swathes of common weeds across our farm that need to be managed. And although I'm none too keen on them, they don't just have to be uninvited nuisances. They do have their uses, especially when it comes to understanding what's going on in the soil. Capeweed and stinging nettles are indicators of nutrient-rich, free-draining cultivated soil. Thistles, chickweed and purslane are other common weeds that also usually indicate fertility. Any of you who are gardening in a lighter soil will be familiar with this stuff, capeweed. But if you look at the plant individually, it's got good strong growth and good verdant leaves, which indicates to me that the soil in this patch is pretty good. And like the capeweed, these nettles are another good indicator of soil fertility. If their growth was stunted or their leaves were yellow, it'd show that the soil is lacking in nitrogen. But they're growing pretty well, so all good here. And by the way, we love our nettles, and I'll show you why later on. And another sign that a soil may be lacking in nitrogen is the proliferation of weeds that fix their own, like white clover. Really poor soils that lack structure will support weeds like dandelions, flatweeds, and onion grass. Then there's dock and plantago. These indicate the soil is likely to be acidic and heavy, and most probably boggy. You can often see them alongside sedges like couch and nutgrass in wet, waterlogged soils. Native species like bracken are viewed as a weed in some situations, but it can tell you a lot about the site. It usually occurs when the soil is nutrient depleted, or when it's been disturbed or overgrazed. But bracken, like many weeds, is just colonising an area to protect the soil from the harsh rays of the sun and weathering. And your perennial weeds, like your bracken, are able to tolerate the conditions in a spot for more than 1 year, so they're more reliable indicators than, say, annuals, which may only survive for the one season. But regardless whether you've got annual or perennial weeds, a mixed community of weeds where you've got many species like here with your nettles, capeweed, mallow and chickweed, it's a better indicator of soil health than just one species, because that may have been blown in on the wind, dropped by a bird, or it may be that bag of manure that you bought off the side of the road. So that's what weeds can tell you about your soil, but how do we manage them here? We slash, we mow and we brush cut to get them before they flower, and then we chip them out with hand tools individually. But long term, we mulch heavily and we plant densely with cover crops. And the nettles, well, Joy makes a mean gnocchi or a soup from the leaves, but we couldn't possibly eat them all. Instead, I compost them, or if they've got seeds on them, I'll use them to make a weed tea, a DIY liquid fertiliser that's good for your garden and your compost heap. All you got to do is whack your weeds in a hessian or a shade cloth bag. A pillowcase will work. And this is a good technique for plants that have seed heads already. In here, I've got some nettle, I've got some chickweed and some capeweed. And remember, the greener and fresher, the better. Dump your weed tea bag in a bucket of water and weigh it down. And leave it there for a couple of days, stirring it regularly. Bearing in mind, depending on your weed species, you may need to leave it there a little bit longer to kill the seed. You can pour your steeped brew into a watering can and splash it around directly onto your leafy greens to give them an instant hit. Or chuck it on your compost. That way, it can help to speed up the composting process. So read your weeds to understand your soil and use them to make the most of the plants that you did invite into your garden.
This next-gen mosquito zapper is 7 times more effective than any other device on the market. It gets rid of bugs from any environment in minutes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Who'd like to comment about something that caught their eye or their imagination or their thinking in that video?
Yeah, I'm just surprised that the thistle was, good. That was an indication of fertile soil. Yeah, that was a surprise.
Sometimes it's also that thistles come into an area and they keep cattle because they've got thistles. They're a really great way. Blackberry and thistles are a way to keep cattle and other animals away. And so they keep regenerating and building the soil and creating incredible areas because they're keeping anything that can compress the soil away, which is very good. It's got a good purpose in the system. One of the things they mentioned was cover crops. Put up your, let me know if you don't, just wave or something if you don't know what a cover crop is. Okay, so essentially a cover crop is something that you plant to make sure you're not leaving the soil bare, to keep it covered. And that could be in between other crops, and it could be something that's nitrogen fixing. It could be something that's helping clean the soil. So for example, mustard plants will help tackle diseases in the soil. So if you throw a whole packet of mustard seed in, perhaps after potatoes or something like that, it will help cleanse the soil. And so when you've dug potatoes out, the soil is quite disrupted. So then you throw in something like mustard seed, and that will bring the soil back together, the soil structure. It will help clean the soil of nematodes and things that might be damaging. And it will also create organic matter to help grow the soil further. So they're really useful to use between other things because you want to keep your soil covered as much as possible and never leave it bare. And another point that he brought up about cover crops was they help shade out the weeds. And one of the most successful techniques you can use in a veggie garden for weed management is to plant rampant species. So a rampant species is something that grows really fast with really big leaves and takes over the space, and it simply shades out the weeds. And by their growth, they outcompete the weeds because of their rampancy. So for example, growing nasturtiums, which can spread really fast, or growing pumpkins is a great way to just get a whole area covered really quickly and shade out those weeds. And it does so nature's doing your work for you. So it's a really smart way of managing weed in your system. Is there any other comments that anyone would like to make about that, or anything that he brought up that you thought was interesting?
I like that the yellow meant lack of nitrogen, so that I could even read the soil and how much nitrogen is in the soil, or even the proliferation of plants that make their own nitrogen shows that there isn't very much in there yet.
Yep, great. So the darker green something is, the more nitrogen there is in there. And some plants, you don't want too much nitrogen, or they'll just do lots of leaf and not enough of the actual thing that you want to eat. So there'll be like, so broccoli or something, it'll make lots and lots of great big leaves at very small heads if there's too much nitrogen. So these are all things that you need to be aware of when you're doing vegetable gardening in particular to get a crop. Now I'm just going back to the slideshow. Okay, let's hope this works. Okay, can everyone see this? Yeah, okay. So this will be another little video that I show you that is actually filmed now at the golf course site. It won't show you very much of the golf course, but this is one of the bush regenerators who is right bang in the middle of a giant weed patch, but where there's actually original bush, and that's right down near the swamp in the golf course site. So this is where we're talking about things like environmental weeds. And on the right-hand side there is a link to Blue Mountain City Council priority weeds list. And I'll send you a link, but if you have a look there, if you go to the Blue Mountain City Council website and type in weeds, there are a whole lot of different programs to help you understand local weeds and how to manage them, and different strategies and different techniques. And it's a very useful resource, especially for thinking about how we're going to manage this golf course site. And what's particularly interesting, and I think this might answer some of your questions, Leanne, is that in Australia for the last 30 years or so, the Australian bush regenerators have really adopted a technique called the Bradley method. And this started because it's really lovely, because to me it's an example of stacking, and I'm going to show you a little video I made when I did it myself. But basically the Bradley sisters on the North Shore of Sydney used to walk their dog through some bushland, walk their dogs. And when they walked their dogs, they started observing the weeds in the bushland. And then they started pulling out little bits of weed. And they discovered a really interesting, it's very, very logical, but it hadn't been really addressed before. They discovered that if you pulled a weed out where there was lots of weed, in no time at all, the weed grew back. But if you pulled a weed out of pristine bush, more native plants grew back. Because when you take the little bit of weed out of the good area, you're taking it out of soil that is a seed bank for lots of native seed that hasn't been colonized by weed for ages. And when we started our land care group around the outside of Blackheath Community Farm, because we wanted to do a real permaculture approach where we are just as interested in protecting bush and having food for wildlife as we are for growing food for ourselves, we went down below the farm and there was like acres of agapanthus, and we just wanted to cry. We looked at it and thought, oh my gosh, we're never going to be able to do that. That's just the most horrible, massive job ever. And the bush regenerator who was working with us said, no, don't look at all that agapanthus. Come over here, look at this. And she found the most beautiful little native plant that was quite exquisite. And she said, isn't that beautiful? And we all came and went, yes, it's absolutely gorgeous. And she said, all right, let's just give it a little bit more room so it can survive and thrive. And so our whole focus was on this exquisite, beautiful plant. And we pulled the weeds from around the plant away so that it had room to grow and not be shaded out. So our whole mental attitude was one of being attracted to beauty and nurturing this exquisite plant to grow and thrive. And within a few seconds, we were successful. We knew with just a few minutes work that we'd given this beautiful plant a chance to grow. And it was such a different attitude compared to the feeling we had when we looked at the acres of agapanthus. And it's such an amazing way to look at life. Instead of looking at everything that's wrong with the world, and instead of looking at the enormity of climate change and polarization and war and nuclear proliferation and all the horrible, horrible things, if we go and look at what's good and what's working and say, oh my God, that is amazing. We have to give that more airspace. We have to help that succeed. We have to let that beautiful, beautiful aspect of life expand. You get such a different attitude and you actually come up with a result. You make something happen. And you expand the good. And so this Bradley method is fantastic. And when you do it, what they also taught, what they discovered through their learning, so they just discovered this over time and then shared it with people, is that you have to use a technique that's minimal or minimum disturbance. So when you see a weed in there next to some beautiful bushland, even the tools that bush regenerators use are very narrow. So the shovels aren't big, wide shovels. They're very narrow little shovels that you can push in near the stem and root of the weed and loosen the soil and get that weed out carefully. So you leave the soil intact. So all the seeds in the natural seed bank and the microorganisms and everything that are part of that original bush setting remain intact so that you don't destroy it. The worst thing you can do is go and just try and wipe out a whole lot of weed thinking, oh, that's good, I'm going to get rid of acres of that weed. You have really deeply disrupted soil and you've perhaps gotten rid of habitat for lots of species, because even bad weed can be habitat for native species. So you get rid of a massive area and you think, oh no, good, I got rid of all of that. You destroyed habitat and you've just left exposed soil, and more of the weed seeds will germinate anyway, so you wasted your time. Whereas if you work with a minimal disturbance technique to let nature do its thing the best way possible, that's how you restore the bush with the least possible energy. So the Bradley sisters really had a sort of a permaculture mentality in the way they approached this. So now I'm going to just show you this little interview I did about the Bradley method, because what we want to do at the golf course, and this is for you to take into account when you're doing the designing, we've started mapping the whole area for weeds, and then we want to basically do a citizen science study and work with academics to do the first real study on the Bradley method, because people have been doing it for decades on the ground, but no one's actually quantified it and measured it and showed the value of it. So that this will be actually a scientific demonstration site of the Bradley method and how it works, and to prove to the rest of the world. So we're going to be actually liaising with Africa, because Africa has imported a lot of Australia's weeds and we've imported a lot of Africa's weeds, and we'll be trying to demonstrate to them how the Bradley method is working. So, so I'm just going to introduce you to what's happening at the site. Let's hope this works. In June 2021, the United Nations declared the Decade on Ecosystem Restoration and called for everyone to urgently become Generation Restoration. The Blue Mountains Planetary Health Initiative is creating opportunities to help us all find a way to contribute. One way is to get involved with Blue Mountain City Council's world-leading Bush Care program, which celebrates its 30th anniversary in 2022. Already, 500 volunteers work across 65 bush care groups throughout the Blue Mountains. Bush Care has adopted the Australian Bradley method of bush regeneration, and in 2022, the Planetary Health Pluriversity will be working with Bush Care and researchers to quantify this highly successful method for ecological restoration at the Old Katoomba Golf Course.
Currently, we're undergoing a mass extinction event where many species are actually threatened with extinction, and not just species but also vegetation communities. One of those vegetation communities that's threatened with extinction is Blue Mountain swamps. We have Blue Mountain swamps on this site, and by removing those threatening processes, which are the weeds which are here, not just here but in many other parts of the world, they are threatening the extinction of our Blue Mountain swamps and other locally endemic Blue Mountain species. So we actually reduce the likelihood of extinction. One of the reasons that I'm probably focusing on this Bradley method is that the Bradley method was developed by the Bradley sisters, two sisters in the northern suburbs of Sydney in the 1970s. They found out that if you removed weeds where there were lots of natives, the natives regrew, right? Whereas if you removed weeds where there were weeds, the weeds grew back and you wasted your time. Now in the 50 years since, that method has actually been the foundation for bush regeneration in Australia, for grassroots ecological restoration. And that grassroots ecological restoration has actually informed millions and millions of dollars worth of on-ground work across the whole country, and especially here so in the Blue Mountains. It's the most important piece of knowledge that a TAFE student who does conservation and land management learns. And what I'm really passionate about is actually trying to realise, or trying to appreciate, that science actually needs to recognise the knowledge that's been gained by that grassroots bush regeneration, decades of experience, and try to actually understand scientifically and quantify scientifically what the people on the ground do every day. And that's, I think, it's simple and it's complicated at the same time. And that's, I guess, I think we have to start simple and basic and not try to expect too much, because I think the simplest and most fundamental things that we learn are actually the easiest to teach other people. We use a relatively simple 3-tier condition score. The highest condition is bushland that has almost no weeds. It's pretty much free of disturbances, and it has intact vegetation units. Then we have the lowest condition score, which is bushland that's really, really weed infested, very few natives, very disturbed. And then the middle is somewhere in between. So moderately disturbed bushland that has a mix of natives and weeds. If we do apply it here, you can see behind us we have a wall of privet, and that's actually on the, Liz has just walked through that from the golf course fairway, and that wall of privet has come in basically because it's on the edge of the bushland. And then we have, looking down, we actually can see quite good condition bushland. So we have very little weeds, intact native vegetation units. And yet where we are right now, between the so-called good zones, which is a simplistic term, and the so-called bad zones, we have a radiata pine, and we have privet, a little bit of privet in the mid-story, and we have quite a few privet, small leaf privet seedlings. And so we're in the transition here between the intact bush colonising and the invasive species moving in. So this was what we'd map as a moderate condition zone. So essentially I'm going across the whole site, and what I'm doing is I'm updating mapping that was done in 2009 by our Community Conservation Officer, Linda Thomas. She mapped the whole site into zones for contractors to work, and in doing so she more or less came up with a condition map. So I'm able to use that and update it. More or less the patterns are the same, but I'm just, obviously in 10 years weeds grow, so things have moved. Now the reason that I'm using that is once we have a baseline map of the condition, we can make a plan to restore the site. We can work using the Bradley method, we can work in the good zones, and if there are any weeds left in those, remove those first, and then we can expand out into the yellow and the red. Now the reason we want to do this in a very systematic way is that for a large area of bushland such as this, it's actually going to take a huge amount of time to restore the entire site. And what we want to do is make sure that we're actually doing it systematically, so we know exactly where the good zones are, we know exactly where the moderate zones are that we do second, and we know where the last priority was the red zones. So what we can do is, as we start to remove weeds, we can track the death of those weeds, we can track the next successional stage of weed recruitment and native recruitment across the site within the zones on GIS, and we can actually record what is essentially an improvement in vegetation health as a subset of planetary health. What we actually want to try and achieve here is to engage with land managers, professional bush regenerators, and people on the ground that might be interested in doing bush regeneration. What we're doing is we're actually going to try and quantify a system of strategic weed removal that isn't just about reading and thinking. It's actually something that you do and you learn from doing, which is a fundamentally important part of teaching, and it's an important part of learning. So we're trying to quantify something that you're doing with your hands. And so I think by people will hopefully enjoy doing things with their hands and then having what they've done quantified so they can actually put the two together.
We'll be running Regen picnics throughout 2022. Contact the Planetary Health Initiative if you'd like to join us.
You're muted, Liz.
Any comments or feedback? Did it make sense? Yep. I had to walk through that massive wall of privet to find him. He was on the phone. He gave me his GIS location and I just had to go through bush bash through a massive wall of privet, which was on a bog. So it was ankle deep in water going through privet to get to him. Oh, it was funny. Okay, but did it give you a little bit of a sense of what the site is like? And Leanne, did that give you an answer a little bit about, are you getting a few more answers about your privet? And
yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, good. So the main thing when you have weed is just get rid of seed heads at the moment. And recognize they're still doing lots of other functions as long as they're not spreading. Okay, is there anything else anyone else would like to say or comment on? But it's important for you to recognize that this is a big part of the site, an element of the site. Okay, I'll go back to screen share again.
Hey, Liz.
Yes.
Going to be on that site, are there going to be like council, bush regen people working on that site, or just Planetary Health Initiative, like, you know, volunteers, or like in the future?
So the Planetary Health Initiative is part of council, right, and we're actually setting up a bush care group.
Awesome.
Yeah, but what there's because it's such a big site, where I'm applying for as much funding as I can to try and pay bush regen contractors, but it's so big and it's also such an incredible learning and community growing opportunity, just like the gully. Okay, so that's why I wanted to show you the gully first, because if you saw with the gully, you had this wonderful community that was restoring the gully, and then they got a massive boost because some council contractors were paid to, bush regen contractors were paid to come in and help them. So it's both working together. And I think that's also a beautiful metaphor for everything in life when we're restoring planetary health, because it's individual action and it's political action, and both are intertwined. And you probably wouldn't get the funding and the commitment if the community wasn't demonstrating they wanted it. And do you know what I mean? It's always a mix of both, and you can't have everything dependent just on political will or just on funding or just on any of these things, because they fall through and they go up and down. But if you have a strong commitment from a community who drives regeneration and drives looking for more funding, looking for other resources, it's a win-win, because you're growing community, you're growing connection to country, and you're restoring the health of the other natural systems that we're part of. So it's always both, but I'm working really hard to get contractors and everyone, but I also want this to become a really amazing site where people can learn what to do in the rest of the Blue Mountains. So you can't just fix the planetary health site and be surrounded by weed and collapsing communities, and you can't just have one little haven of beauty. You need to it's going to be the catalyst to inspire this kind of action across the whole city and hopefully the whole world. And so that's why we want to bring as much creativity to it as possible, to it as well, so that people can tell stories and share what they got out of it and share photos and teach other people and inspire. And we want to throw the best party. We want to make this the place everyone wants to be because it's just so fabulous. And why wouldn't you? And everyone would want to bring their kids there so parents can say, this is the way the world can be. This is what we can do. This is how we can do it. And isn't it fabulous? And kids like that little boy with the mud will go, yes, this is the way I want the world to be. And I want to be part of this. And so, which I'll take you to the next slide. Which is, how do we become generation restoration? There were the 30 years of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we're now entering the last decade of the Sustainable Development Goals, which they're calling generation restoration, to mobilize people to start doing what we need to do in every area, individuals, communities, government, business, corporations, everyone. And you know, you can actually get corporations to come and volunteer as part of their, what's it called, CSR, community social responsibility or something like that, corporate social responsibility. Now companies need to record that they're demonstrating CSR, which is corporate social responsibility. So they give their workers time to go and volunteer on things so that we can run CSR programs as well to encourage people to come. But what we need to do is think about all the ways, and I'd like you to get creative and think about this, all the creative ways that we can show everyone that we're throwing the best party and that we have all sorts of ways that they can be involved and that it's fun to be involved. So we'll be setting up a bush care group. We'll be demonstrating how people on private property can have land care groups. I'm doing a year and a day, which I'll show you a bit more about in a second. I mentioned regen picnics. So that the idea of that is that we get people to come together, especially now with COVID, you know, that people can be outside and socialize outside and do a bit of bush regen and then just have a lovely social picnic together and be outside together, enjoying nature and knowing that you're doing something for generation restoration. I'm busting, no one's as keen on this as me, but I'm busting to do a thing called weed dating, where you get people all opposite each other along a section of weed, and you both weed together and chat to each other, and then you go, change, and everyone moves and weeds with someone else and then weeds with someone else. And who knows, you might meet the partner of your life through the weed dating experience. We won't be smoking weed, we'll just be digging it up. Another program that a lovely guy at council did in Lithgow with his friends was he started a group called the Carbonators, and what they did was they did bush regen during the day, increasing carbon in the soil, and then they carbonated themselves afterwards with carbonated drinks like beer. And so every day of bush work was followed by a lovely party time with carbonated drinks. And then another lovely social thing that Emily knows really well is a thing called Grunt and Groove, which is held down in the Hawkesbury, where this lovely couple have a property near the Hawkesbury River, and they encourage people to come and spend a day doing bush regen, and that's the grunt, that's the hard work. And then after they've had a day of doing bush regen, they play music and eat and have a really social time, and that's the groove. So you have these grunt and groove days, and people stay there and get involved in that over a couple of days. Would you like to comment on that, Emily?
If anyone wants to come to the one in March, I'll be the band that's grooving. So come grunt in March and then we can all groove together. I think it's the first weekend of March. Yeah, ask me for details.
Fantastic. So we're just thinking of all different ways that we can make this a really fun thing to do. And then, as I've mentioned a few times already, I've started a year in a day where every day I take one personal action. I believe you have to take one personal and one political action, really, because it's the kind of pattern and the detail that we're working on at the same time. But just by the fact that I'm making this public and going on Facebook and sharing these stories is a political act. So just by the fact that we're doing it is political. So I take a personal action. The idea is if 364 other people end up, if we can reach a point where 364 people do it on the same day, we've had the action of an entire year in one single day. So with very little publicity, in the first day, we've already had 65 new actions from people who've contributed. And you don't have to contribute every day. You might just decide to throw one thing in, one new thing you've done to restore planetary health, and just be part of that mix. Now, what I did, I wanted to show you what I did on the 1st of January this year. When other people were getting over their hangovers, I started a year in a day, and I started it with bush regen because I wanted to set the tone for generation restoration. And I focused on broom because there's a lot of broom at the golf course site, and we have to tackle it really fast because the seed will be spreading right through the bushland and into Sydney's water supply. But I started at a little beautiful rhododendron garden that has a native section just near my home where I walk every day. And so this was my day one for a year and a day. Let's see if it works. Every day I try to take Charlie for a walk through the upper part of the Campbell Rhododendron Gardens in Blackheath. 2 years ago they were savaged by the fires, and I've spent the last 2 years enjoying watching the regeneration that's been happening in the gardens. Perhaps the biggest threat to this beautiful pocket of regenerating bushland after the fires is the broom that's actually germinated as a result of that fire. There's a huge patch here, and you can see how thick it gets. It blocks out anything at all from growing underneath it. And it's here forming seed at the moment. You can see how many seeds are on each bush, and each one of those will create more and more broom plants that will come and smother this lovely little bit of bushland. So I'm going to use the Bradley method, which is so inspiring, and start from the best bit of bushland and work to protect it. So here is one little plant that's right on the edge, and across the path is this other big pocket. So today, for my first action for a year and a day, I'm going to actually collect the seed pods so that they don't spread any further. This is what the broom flowers look like before they actually go to seed. So they're easy to recognise when they're in flower, but this is the urgent time now to get rid of the seed pods. They're highly flammable and they're toxic, so that the next time there's a fire, this area will just really go off. So it's so important to grab them now before they dry out and the seed spreads. This is probably one of the most proactive things that we can do to protect our beautiful bushland and our homes from the next fire. And it doesn't take long. I'm not trying to dig out every plant here. As with the Bradley sisters, the Bradley sisters discovered when they went for a walk in the northern beaches that if they just pulled out a little bit every time, they could start to protect the bushland. So even though in an ideal world it would be good to get rid of these plants totally, the one thing I can do very quickly on a walk this morning is just get rid of the seed pods. And that buys time to get rid of the plants at a later date. But this is going to save us from thousands of broom plants germinating here in the rhododendron garden. By chopping them back as well, you can see the incredible diversity of natives that are underneath these broom that would be completely shaded out if I wasn't cutting it back. Okay, so that took just about half an hour and we managed to remove almost all the canopy of broom so that these lovely native species now have a chance to grow up into this space. And hopefully, now that we've given them a head start, they might be able to shade out the broom. Okay. Stop share. Okay, I'm not sure who was panting more, me or Charlie. But I just wanted to show that it's not a big deal. We can stack onto the actions we already have. I was going to take a walk no matter what. All I had to do was take some bags and some secateurs with me and stop for half an hour. And that was actually a big section that I got rid of in half an hour, just half an hour, one person. Imagine if 365 people did that in one day, how much broom we could get rid of. And they are, what I wanted to reiterate is they're highly, highly flammable. When they burn, it's toxic, and they really seriously are a massive risk for us going forward. And a lot of the burnt areas now throughout the Blue Mountains have been actually swamped with broom. So it's a really major threat for the future of biodiversity in our region. So, so that's it. We're going to stop for lunch now. Would anyone like to ask any questions or make any comments about weeds before we stop for lunch? And when you go out and look around, I'd like you to look around at weed and see it with different eyes, if possible. So any comments or questions? No? I'd love you all to contribute to a year and a day at some point too. Just saying. Even if you just think of one thing. I was actually thinking, Stella, that day when you said you went out and did some, you could have posted that on a year and a day.
Oh yeah, I'll do something again.
Yep. So the whole idea is that we're encouraging new action, not for people to share what they're already doing, because that just maintains the status quo. We need to push things ahead far more quickly to restore planetary health than just doing what we're already doing, because clearly it's not enough. Okay, everyone good? So we're ready to have a lunch break. So it's now 12:41. So how about if we come back 12:45, 1:45. So just over an hour for everyone. Okay, I'll see you at 1:45. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, can you see the video now? Okay. All right. One of the big movements that's happening in the world now is the rewilding movement. Could you give me a sense of if you've heard of the concept of rewilding? Yes, Josh? How about the others? Yes? Who hasn't heard of rewilding? Has anyone not heard of rewilding? I can't see you all. Okay. Would anyone like to explain what they understand rewilding to be?
I can try.
Yes.
So it's like reintroducing species that have been extinct or have not been in an area anymore that used to be. So there's one of the like big ones that's been quite popular is reintroducing wolves in Yellowstone National Park. And then it helps to rebalance back the systems that are there, the ecosystems that are there.
Yes, and so there are whole rewilding networks around the world. So in America, they're reintroducing bison into landscapes. In other parts of the world, they're introducing the lynx, the wild cat, the lynx. They're reintroducing otters. They're reintroducing all sorts of species, small and large, to rebalance ecosystems. And often it's quite controversial. Yep.
Oh, I was going to say that often the species that they're like reintroducing are keystone species. Yeah.
Yeah. And the idea is that they're the ones who are the predators who keep other animals in check. And so, and there's even in part of northern Russia, there are even scientists looking at introducing the equivalent of the mammoth, the closest they can get to the mammoth, to try and work within the melting tundra and the melting ice to see if they can turn around the ecosystem to prevent methane release down the track. So there's extraordinary experiments going on around the world with the relationship between animals and the rest of nature, and what we can do if we restore those systems. Some of them have failed and some of them are working really well. Rewilding is also happening where there are some great examples of like people who have, you know, British estates, and they've given their whole estate back to wildlife and they've just let it all go, and there's grass everywhere, and they've stopped grazing and they've stopped doing everything, and they're just watching what happens when you just give the whole property back to nature and let succession happen and let other species come in. And it's part of allowing nature back into our human controlled world. And George Monbiot, who writes a lot about this, and he's one of the real proponents of rewilding in the UK, he said it's the perfect antidote to the biblical doctrine of dominion, where we think it's humans over animals. And it's that relationship with nature that has allowed us to destroy so much. The whole idea of all of this is, in a way, is the basis of what Zone 5 in permaculture is about. It's about saying, give this back, rewild, let nature do its thing. So rewilding is a sort of quite a new movement around the world, but permaculture has pretty well been saying it now for quite some time. And we've had organisations in the Blue Mountains that have realised the value of this. And I'm going to show you a video soon of a lady called Mikla Lewis, who started Wild Plant Rescue, where every time it started initially when people were building a house or doing some sort of development, they would go in and rescue native plants before they got chopped down, and they would rescue the seed, they would do everything. They would rescue wild plants everywhere and then propagate from them and say, well, we just don't want these to go extinct. We want them to be somewhere else if they're not there. And she's a really amazing woman. And the reason it's important, and why I'm going to say her name a few times, or at least say Wild Plant Rescue a few times, is because Wild Plant Rescue is located at the bottom entrance to this site, to the golf course site. So they want to be heavily involved with us over time. So that's actually really important. And the Blue Mountains Conservation Society has also been working for years to protect and look after our World Heritage Area. And it is a really big part of our vision, because we are part of a World Heritage listed area. We're one of only 2 cities in the world within a World Heritage listed area. So it's a really important stewardship role that we have in what we're doing. So who have obviously you have, Meredith, has anyone else seen Rewilding Wolves? I might just show you, because I think this will give you a sense of what it's all about, and the whole notion of trophic cascades. There's another one that is done, which I highly recommend. It's called, I think it's Whales Change Climate, and it's really, really, really good. But I'll just show you, because we're talking about forests now, I'm going to show you the one about wolves. Oh.
One of the most exciting scientific findings of the past half century has been the discovery of widespread trophic cascades. A trophic cascade is an ecological process which starts at the top of the food chain and tumbles all the way down to the bottom. And the classic example is what happened in the Yellowstone National Park in the United States when wolves were reintroduced in 1995. Now, we all know that wolves kill various species of animals, but perhaps we're slightly less aware that they give life to many others. Before the wolves turned up, they'd been absent for 70 years, that the numbers of deer, because there was nothing to hunt them, had built up and built up in the Yellowstone Park, and despite efforts by humans to control them, they'd managed to reduce much of the vegetation there to almost nothing. They'd just grazed it away. But as soon as the wolves arrived, even though they were few in number, they started to have the most remarkable effects. First, of course, they killed some of the deer, but that wasn't the major thing. Much more significantly, they radically changed the behavior of the deer. The deer started avoiding certain parts of the park, the places where they could be trapped most easily, particularly the valleys and the gorges. And immediately those places started to regenerate. In some areas, the height of the trees quintupled in just 6 years. Bare valley sides quickly became forests of aspen and willow and cottonwood. And as soon as that happened, the birds started moving in. The number of songbirds and migratory birds started to increase greatly. The number of beavers started to increase because beavers like to eat the trees. And beavers, like wolves, are ecosystem engineers. They create niches for other species. And the dams they built in the rivers provided habitats for otters and muskrats and ducks and fish and reptiles and amphibians. The wolves killed coyotes, and as a result of that, the number of rabbits and mice began to rise, which meant more hawks, more weasels, more foxes, more badgers. Ravens and bald eagles came down to feed on the carrion that the wolves had left. Bears fed on it too, and their population began to rise as well, partly also because there were more berries growing on the regenerating shrubs. And the bears reinforced the impact of the wolves by killing some of the calves of the deer. But here's where it gets really interesting. The wolves changed the behavior of the rivers. They began to meander less. There was less erosion. The channels narrowed, more pools formed, more riffle sections, all of which were great for wildlife habitats. The rivers changed in response to the wolves. And the reason was that the regenerating forests stabilized the banks so that they collapsed less often, so that the rivers became more fixed in their course. Similarly, by driving the deer out of some places and the vegetation recovering on the valley sides, there was less soil erosion because the vegetation stabilized that as well. So the wolves, small in number, transformed not just the ecosystem of the Yellowstone National Park, this huge area of land, but also its physical geography.
You're muted, Liz.
Okay, so that's part of rewilding and how that actually affects the landscape as well as just the animals themselves. So what we'll do, I'm going to flick through these. Just touching back on trees, because we've talked about forests, we've talked about ecology, and we've talked about trees. But the whole nature of trees in forests, we just want to come back again to realize what they're able to do. And I think this is an interesting fact that I hadn't known before I studied permaculture, that trees shed about 25% of their root system each year. And this, together with microorganisms, becomes organic matter, which in turn holds large amounts of water in the soil. So in effect, the trees are helping to create that sponge that we need. And that sponge and all the microclimates that are created help change climate through that process as well. Now, when we look at old growth forest, who can tell me what an old growth forest is? Anyone know? Anyone explain what an old growth forest is?
I don't know maybe the official measures of an old growth forest, but it's a forest that every succession is represented, and it's got old trees with old hollows and habitat, and it hasn't been disturbed in a major way in a long time. And yeah, you've got hundreds of years old trees.
They're just stunning, aren't they?
Yeah.
And Tasmania's got some beautiful old growth forests down there. A lot of areas have lost their old growth forest, but one priority in permaculture, and for anyone who's interested in regenerating the world, is that we make our first priority to preserve any old growth forest and to collect seeds from trees in old growth forests. Now, if you have a really old, beautiful old tree, even if there's just one in a paddock, one thing that you can do, especially if it's isolated and there's just one or two trees in the paddock, is fence off the tree and observe which direction the winds tend to blow. So if you're looking at this image here and the winds were, the prevailing winds would be from the left, you would tend to fence with leave a big circle of fence around the right-hand side of this image, so that as the wind blows and as the tree drops its seed, it has plenty of room to regenerate. And you've fenced it off to allow that tree to grow more trees. And that protects that tree by having trees around it, but also it helps build a forest. Now, we've talked about fungi and mycelium. I'm just checking through, looking at you now. Could you let me know if you've seen the film 6 Ways Mushrooms Can Save the World with Paul Stamets?
Sorry, Liz, just a clarification. With the big old tree, why would you only fence it on one side?
Sometimes you don't have enough room to fence all of it. And so, and there's like a lot of farmers have a limited budget, and like ideally you'd fence off a massive area, but if you can't fence off a lot, you focus on the side where the prevailing winds go, because of the cost of fencing and because of land use. And
but would it exclude grazing animals? Is that?
Yes, you exclude grazing animals, so you're fencing it off to leave out so that no animals can come in. So if any seedlings germinate, they stay there and keep growing. So that's the point of it. Yeah, sorry I didn't clarify that.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you just want to encourage more and more of these beautiful old trees that have survived for so long. The fact that they have survived, they're true survivors. Some of them are hundreds and hundreds of years old. So apart from Meredith, has anybody else seen 6 Ways Mushrooms Can Save the World? No? Okay. The risk of showing you way too many videos, I think this is a really critical one because, as I mentioned another day, it's in a TED talk, and Paul Stamets comes across a little bit across as a used car salesman because he's speaking so quickly and he's trying to get so much across. But he's actually, and this was the very beginning of when he alerted to the world to the importance of mycelium, and he's kickstarted a global movement and many, many books and many people working in this area, and he's really, really highly regarded. So I saw this in my first permaculture course with Ro Morrow, and it blew my mind because at that point, nobody was talking about mycelium and mushrooms. It's a different world now, but this is the man who started it all. And I think it's worth just watching this. So I'll play it for you now. Oh, sorry, I've got to get it small enough to be able to...
I love a challenge, and saving the Earth is probably a good one. We all know the Earth is in trouble. We have now entered into 6X, the sixth major extinction on this planet. I often wondered if there was a united organization of organisms, otherwise known as uh-oh, and every organism had a right to vote. Will we be voted on the planet or off the planet? I think that vote is occurring right now. I want to present to you a suite of 6 mycological solutions using fungi, and these solutions are based on mycelium. The mycelium infuses all landscapes. It holds soils together. It's extremely tenacious. It holds up to 30,000 times its mass. They're the grand molecular disassemblers of nature, the soil magicians. They generate the humus soils across the land masses of Earth. We have now discovered that there is a multi-directional transfer of nutrients between plants mitigated by the mycelium. So the mycelium is the mother that is giving nutrients from alder and birch trees to hemlock, cedars, and Douglas firs. Dusty and I, we like to say on Sunday, this is where we go to church. I'm in love with the old growth forest, and I'm a patriotic American because we have those. Most of you are familiar with portobello mushrooms, and frankly, I face a big obstacle when I mention mushrooms to somebody. They immediately think portobellos or magic mushrooms, their eyes glaze over, and they think I'm a little crazy. So I hope to pierce that prejudice forever with this group. We call it mycophobia, the irrational fear of the unknown when it comes to fungi. Mushrooms are very fast in their growth, day 21, day 23, day 25. Mushrooms produce strong antibiotics. In fact, we're more closely related to fungi than we are to any other kingdom. A group of 20 eukaryotic microbiologists published a paper 2 years ago erecting Opisthokonta, a super kingdom that joins Animalia and fungi together. We share in common the same pathogens. Fungi don't like to rot from bacteria, and so our best antibiotics come from fungi. But here is a mushroom that's past its prime. After they sporulate, they do rot. But I propose to you that the sequence of microbes that occur on rotting mushrooms are essential for the health of the forests that give rise to the trees that create the debris fields that feed the mycelium. And so we see a mushroom here sporulating, and spores are germinating, and the mycelium forms and goes underground. In a single cubic inch of soil, there can be more than 8 miles of these cells. My foot is covering approximately 300 miles of mycelium. This is photomicrographs from Nick Reed and Patrick Hickey. And notice that as the mycelium grows, it conquers territory, and then it begins to net. I've been a scanning electron microscopist for many years. I have thousands of electron micrographs. And when I was staring at the mycelium, I realized that there are microfiltration membranes. We exhale carbon dioxide, so does mycelium. It inhales oxygen, just like we do. But these are essentially externalized stomachs and lungs. And I present to you the concept that these are extended neurological membranes. And in these cavities, these microcavities form, and as they fuse soils, they absorb water. These are little wells. And inside these wells, the microbial communities begin to form. And so the spongy soil not only resists erosion, but sets up a microbial universe that gives rise to a plurality of other organisms. I first proposed in the early 1990s that mycelium is Earth's natural internet. When you look at the mycelium, they're highly branched. And if there's one branch that is broken, then very quickly, because of the nodes of crossing, internet engineers maybe call them hop points, there's alternative pathways for channeling nutrients and information. The mycelium is sentient. It knows that you are there. When you walk across landscapes, it leaps up in the aftermath of your footsteps, trying to grab debris. So I believe the invention of the computer internet is an inevitable consequence of a previously proven biologically successful model. The Earth invented the computer internet for its own benefit, and we now, being the top organism on this planet, is trying to allocate resources in order to protect the biosphere. Going way out, dark matter conforms to the same mycelial archetype. I believe matter begets life. Life becomes single cells become strings, strings become chains, chains network. And this is the paradigm that we see throughout the universe. Most of you may not know that fungi were the first organisms to come to land. They came to land 1.3 billion years ago, and plants followed several hundred million years later. How is that possible? It's possible because the mycelium produces oxalic acids and many other acids and enzymes, pockmarking rock and grabbing calcium and other minerals and forming calcium oxalates. Makes the rocks crumble, and the first step in the generation of soil. Oxalic acid is two carbon dioxide molecules joined together. So fungi and mycelium sequester carbon dioxide in the form of calcium oxalates, and all sorts of other oxalates are also sequestering carbon dioxide through the minerals that are being formed and taken out of the rock matrix. This was first discovered in 1859. There's a photograph by Franz Huber. This photograph was taken in the 1950s from Saudi Arabia. 420 million years ago, this organism existed. It was called Prototaxides. Prototaxides, laying down, was about 3 feet tall. The tallest plants on Earth at that time were less than 2 feet. Dr. Boyce at the University of Chicago published an article in the Journal of Geology this past year determining that Prototaxides was a giant fungus, a giant mushroom. Across the landscapes of Earth were dotted these giant mushrooms all across most land masses, and these existed for tens of millions of years. Now, we've had several extinction events, and as we march forward 65 million years ago, most of you know about it, we had an asteroid impact. The Earth was struck by an asteroid, a huge amount of debris was jettisoned into the atmosphere, sunlight was cut off, and fungi inherited the Earth. Those organisms that paired with fungi were rewarded because fungi do not need light. More recently, at Einstein University, they just determined that fungi use radiation as a source of energy, much like plants use light. So the prospect of fungi existing on other planets elsewhere, I think, is a foregone conclusion, at least in my own mind. The largest organism in the world is in eastern Oregon. I couldn't miss it. It was 2,200 acres in size. 2,200 acres in size, 2,000 years old. The largest organism on the planet is a mycelial mat, 1 cell wall thick. How is it that this organism can be so large and yet be 1 cell wall thick, whereas we have 5 or 6 skin layers that protect us? The mycelium, in the right conditions, produces a mushroom. It bursts through with such ferocity, it can break asphalt. We were involved in several experiments. I'm going to show you 6, if I can, solutions for helping to save the world. Battelle Laboratories and I joined up in Bellingham, Washington. There were 4 piles saturated with diesel and other petroleum waste. One was a control pile. One pile was treated with enzymes. One pile...
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to bring this down.
Was treated with bacteria, and our pile we inoculated with mushroom mycelium. The mycelium absorbs the oil. The mycelium is producing enzymes, peroxidases, that break carbon-hydrogen bonds. These are the same bonds that hold hydrocarbons together. So the mycelium becomes saturated with the oil, and then when we return 6 weeks later, all the tarps were removed, all the other piles were dead, dark, and stinky. We came back to our pile, it was covered with hundreds of pounds of oyster mushrooms, and the color changed to a light form. The enzymes remanufactured the hydrocarbons into carbohydrates, fungal sugars. Some of these mushrooms are very happy mushrooms. They're very large. They're showing how much nutrition that they could have obtained. But something else happened, which was an epiphany in my life. They sporulated. The spores attract insects. Insects laid eggs. Eggs became larvae. Birds then came bringing in seeds, and our pile became an oasis of life. whereas the other 3 piles were dead, dark, and stinky. And the PAHs, the aromatic hydrocarbons, went from 10,000 parts per million to less than 200 in 8 weeks. The last image we don't have, the entire pile was a green berm of life. These are gateway species, vanguard species that open the door for other biological communities. So I invented burlap sacks, bunker spawn, and putting the mycelium using storm-blown debris. You can take these burlap sacks and put them downstream from a farm that's producing E. coli or other waste, or a factory with chemical toxins, and it leads to habitat restoration. So we set up a site in Mason County, Washington, and we've seen a dramatic decrease in the amount of coliforms. And I'll show you a graph here. This is a logarithmic scale, 10 to the 8th power. There's more than 100 million colonies per gram, and 10 to the 3rd power is around 1,000. In 48 hours to 72 hours, these three mushroom species reduce the amount of coliform bacteria 10,000 times. Think of the implications. This is a space-conservative method that uses storm debris, and we can be guaranteed that we'll have storms every year. So this one mushroom in particular has drawn our interest over time. This is my wife, Dusty, with a mushroom called Fomitopsis officinalis, agaricon. It's a mushroom exclusive to the old-growth forest. The Dioscorides first described in 65 AD as a treatment against consumption. This mushroom grows in Washington State, Oregon, Northern California, British Columbia, now thought to be extinct in Europe. May not seem that large. Let's get closer. This is an extremely rare fungus. Our team, and we have a team of experts that go out, we went out 20 times in the old growth forest last year. We found one sample to be able to get into culture. Preserving the genome of these fungi in the old growth forest, I think, is absolutely critical for human health. I've been involved with the U.S. Defense Department BioShield program. We submitted over 300 samples of mushrooms that we boiled in hot water in mycelium, harvesting these extracellular metabolites. And a few years ago, we received these results. We have 3 different strains of agaricon mushrooms that were highly active against pox viruses. Dr. Earl Kern, who's a smallpox expert of the U.S. Defense Department, states that any compounds that have a selectivity index of 2 or more are active, 10 or greater are considered to be very active. Our mushroom strains were in the highly active range. There's a vetted press release that you can read that's vetted by DOD if you Google stamets and smallpox, or you can go to npr.org and listen to a live interview. So encouraged by this, naturally, we went to flu viruses. And so for the first time, I'm showing this. We have 3 different strains of agaricon mushrooms, highly active against flu viruses. Here's the selectivity index numbers. Against pox, you saw 10s and 20s. Now, against flu viruses, compared to the ribavirin controls, we have an extraordinarily high activity. And we're using a natural extract within the same dosage window as a pure pharmaceutical. We tried against flu A viruses, H1N1, H3N2, as well as flu B viruses. So then we tried a blend, and in a blend combination, we tried it against H5N1, and we got greater than 1,000 selectivity index. I then think that we can make the argument that we should save the old growth forest as a matter of national defense. I became interested in entomopathogenic fungi that kill insects. Our house is being destroyed by carpenter ants. So I went to the EPA homepage, and they were recommending studies with metarhizium species, a group of fungi that kill carpenter ants, as well as termites. I did something that nobody else had done. I actually chased the mycelium when it stopped producing spores. These are spores. This is no spores. I was able to morph the culture into a non-sporulating form. And so the industry has spent over $100 million specifically on bait stations to prevent termites from eating your house. But the insects aren't stupid. They would avoid the spores when they came close. And so I morphed the cultures into a non-sporulating form. And I got my daughter's Barbie doll dish. I put it right where a bunch of carpenter ants were making debris fields every day in my house. And the ants were attracted to the mycelium because there's no spores. They gave it to the queen. 1 week later, I had no sawdust piles whatsoever. And then a delicate dance between dinner and death. The mycelium is consumed by the ants. They become mummified, and boing, a mushroom pops out of their head. Now, after sporulation, the spores repel. So the house is no longer suitable for invasion. So you have a near permanent solution for reinvasion of termites. And so my house came down. I received my first patent against carpenter ants, termites, and fire ants. Then we tried extracts, and lo and behold, we can steer insects to different directions. This has huge implications. I then received my second patent, and this is a big one. It's been called an Alexander Graham Bell patent because it covers over 200,000 species. This is the most disruptive technology, I've been told by executives of the pesticide industry, that they have ever witnessed. This could totally revamp the pesticide industries throughout the world. You could fly 100 PhD students under the umbrella of this concept, because my supposition is that entomopathogenic fungi, prior to sporulation, attract the very insects that are otherwise repelled by those spores. And so I came up with a life box, because I needed a delivery system. The life box, you could be getting a DVD of the TED conference. You had soil, you had water, you have mycorrhizal and endophytic fungi, as well as spores like of the agarikon mushroom. The seeds then are mothered by this mycelium, and then you put tree seeds in here, and then you end up growing potentially an old growth forest from a cardboard box. I want to reinvent the delivery system and the use of cardboard around the world so they become ecological footprints. If there's a YouTube-like a site that you could put up, you can make it interactive, zip code specific, where people could join together, and through satellite imaging systems, through virtual Earth or Google Earth, you could confirm carbon credits are being sequestered by the trees that are coming through life boxes. You could take a cardboard box delivering shoes, you could add water. I developed this for DARPA, for the refugee community, corns, beans, and squash and onions. I took several containers. My wife said if I could do this, anybody could. And I ended up growing a seed garden. You harvested the seeds. And thank you, Eric Rasmussen, for your help on this. And then harvesting the seed garden, then you can harvest the kernels. And then I just need a few kernels. I add mycelium to it. And then I inoculate the corn cobs. Now, 3 corn cobs, no other grain, lots of mushrooms begin to form, too many withdrawals from the carbon bank. And so this population will be shut down. But watch what happens here. The mushrooms that are harvested, but very importantly, the mycelium is converted to cellulose into fungal sugars. And so I thought, how could we address the energy crisis in this country? And we came up with ethanol. Generating ethanol from cellulose using mycelium as an intermediary, and you gain all the benefits that I've described to you already. But to go from cellulose to ethanol is ecologically unintelligent, and I think that we need to be ecologically intelligent about the generation of fuels, so we build the carbon banks on the planet, renew the soils. These are the species that we need to join with. I think engaging mycelium can help save the world. Thank you very much.
Would anyone like to comment on this video or the one before we move on? The one thing I would like to say is that a few weeks ago, there was an oil spill in the development above the golf course site. There's some building going on that you'll see when we look at the site tomorrow. And one of the developers spilt diesel, and it went into the ponds and dams at the top of the golf course site, which is above the hanging swamp, which is above Sydney's water supply. And wouldn't it be amazing as a trial if we built one of those like berms of mycelium, so that if this ever happened again, we'd have a buffer that protects our swamp and protects Sydney's water supply, a buffer of mycelium that we factor in now. We have to do more controls to stop it happening at the top, but because of human error and the power of developers and all of those things, this might be something we could trial on the site to make sure that we protect that really precious area below the development. So just throwing it to you as an idea. Any other comments or questions?
I just have a question about the wolves, were they bred in captivity first and then released in? How did it work?
Usually they're bred in captivity, usually.
Yeah. And I guess then they breed from there. Yeah.
So I don't know that case in particular, because that was quite a long time ago, but most of the other rewilding programs I've seen, they're bred in captivity first. Yeah.
And they've discovered mushrooms that can eat plastic as well, which is really incredible.
Yeah. And IKEA is starting, you can make like styrofoam out of mycelium, and IKEA is starting to use mycelium styrofoam for their packaging. And you can build furniture out of mycelium, and you can get insulation for your roof that is fire, it doesn't burn. So you can get the same sort of thing as insulation and styrofoam when you make it with mycelium, but it's not flammable. It's quite extraordinary. So once you start looking, you'll find many, many, many things. But this was the beginning. This is the guy who really kick-started it all big time around the world. Any other comments or questions at this point? Yes, Sam.
Yeah, it was so that thing he did where he had the cardboard boxes, was that mycelium he put in there, or that was fungi that grew mycelium? And then was that just supporting like the growth of other plants basically? Was that what was happening?
So mycelium are just the underground threads of mushrooms. So mushrooms are the sort of fruiting bodies of mycelium. So you've got the mycelium there, and then they basically, when it's time for them to replicate, they pop up a mushroom which sends spores out, but it's all part of that mycelium. It was a little bit unclear in that video because at first it sounded like he was sending everyone a little mushroom farm, but then it looked like what he was doing was sending a little bit of soil with some vegetable seedlings. Once they grew and the seeds were collected, they had the fungi to add to that. That's how I read it. But he didn't make it super clear. Yeah. I'll just shut this door, just a moment. Sorry. Yeah, that's how I read it. Any other? You can buy mushroom farms, but I think he was trying to get the seed growing and corn and give it to refugees so they could then collect seeds, plant more food, get mycelium, do both from that initial pack of seeds, so that they had food and fungi in a refugee camp. Any other questions or comments? It's just that what I also wanted to reiterate to you from that was that old growth forests are a source of so many types of mycelium that still haven't been discovered, and they're nowhere else. They're only in old growth forests. So that's why we still have no idea what might be there. And if we lose them, we lose all that potentiality. So it's really, really, I just really wanted to underscore that first and foremost, we needed to save old growth forests. And that's one of the reasons amongst many others. So any other questions? I'll move on then. Okay. Okay, one of the other things when we take into account regenerating forest, sometimes we have to prioritize where we do the regeneration, because all regenerative work is time consuming and costs money, and we always have to make decisions to prioritize. So it's different if you're doing a small house block and you're just factoring in your zone 5 on your small house block. But if you're on a much bigger site, like a farm or a whole big area like the golf course, you need to decide where to start. And usually people start at the riparian zone. with the golf course site, I think we need to also start right at the very top of the site, because that's what feeds the riparian zone. So we have springs up there that are just like ponds in the middle of barren grass. So in a sense, those ponds at the top of the golf course site are a riparian zone. So we want to protect water. And can you all just read through that and see if there's anything there on all those reasons for protecting riparian zones or waterways. Riparian zone is the zone alongside a river or a waterway. And just everyone have a read. And if there's something that really strikes you that maybe you didn't know or we hadn't covered yet, just feel free to speak up and make a comment about it. But this was one image that I found that was done to engage a community in helping to restore their rainforest buffers along a creek. And I just thought it was beautifully explained for a community who might not be aware of why it was important.
I feel like something that maybe isn't mentioned explicitly here that I feel like is also important is that water is a really big carrier of seed. And so if there's healthy trees along the river that have seeds, like that's going to carry them down. And if there's weedy species along the river and that it's going to like collect that weedy seed and carry them down as well. So like just as a seed disperser as well, that river is really important.
That is such an excellent point, Emily. And that's one of the things that we need to focus on the golf course site, because there's so much weed at the golf course site. And has anyone ever heard of the weed Montbretia? It comes up everywhere and it looks like kind of like a little orange cross between a sort of an iris or an orchid or something. It's a beautiful little orange flower and it's got lots of sort of straight leaves and it has bulbs and they're all through the Blue Mountains. And interestingly, Virginia Woolf, the writer, in her diaries, wrote a big thing about how wonderful Montbretia were and how beautiful they were. And I wonder if it was her diaries way back in early last century that persuaded many English garden-loving gardeners here in the Blue Mountains to plant Montbretia. So I blame Virginia Woolf for it. But that's probably why she suicided. She probably found out what was happening in the Blue Mountains. But anyway, no, I'm sure that's not true. But anyway, Montbretia is a curse and it will get a bulb and then it will form 7 to 14 bulbs underneath it. So you pull it out, but there are so many bulbs underneath, it's almost impossible to eliminate it. And what happens is, so bush regen people do sort of competitions to see who can get the longest collection of Montbretia bulbs when they dig them out. And what happens is they get down to the creek.
I was telling them about Montbretia. You're muted, Liz.
Oh, thanks. You explained it?
A little bit, yes, about how difficult it is to dig up. Yeah.
And then what happens is when it gets down to the creek side, it colonizes the side of all the creeks. And then when there's a heavy rainfall coming through, the whole sides of the banks collapse because they're not the native species that hold the banks intact. And then you get all of those Montbretia bulbs washing down the creek to the lower mountains. So it's a total nightmare. So well done, Emily, for addressing that point about weeds. Any other comments anyone would like to make? Does it all gel for you now with all the stuff we've done about succession and everything like that? Yep, good. Okay. All right. Did someone want to say?
I really liked hearing about the tree branch on the riverbank and it acting as shelter for the water temperature, like reducing
Sorry, are you there, Belle?
Was it on mute?
Yeah.
I was saying that I thought it was really interesting about the logs that went over the riverbank and would act as like a decrease in the temperature of the water, and as well as a fish habitat area, to protecting the fish and things like that. I thought that was really interesting.
So that's creating a real microclimate, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's not really on here, but I remember when I did my PDC with you and you talked about riparian zones, being like blown away by how far away, like how large the zone, a riparian zone, is actually considered to be, and how far you have to get from the actual bank before it's sort of safe to do things without impacting on the banks and stuff so much. Yeah, I don't remember what that distance is, but I remember being amazed by how far.
If even in an ideal world, you do quite a large area, and I can't remember the exact distance either, but even to start with, just fencing the river off and beginning to get regeneration alongside the river to stop stock coming in to the riverbank is really important, so that you can protect the riverbank, and you can just pump water to feeding troughs and drinking troughs for cattle rather than letting them go to the river. Just to protect that zone is actually really important. Sometimes they leave one small area where you let cattle in, but in an ideal world, you just protect the whole side and pump the water out for them, because they don't drink that much water, you know, relatively speaking. Okay, any other comments or questions? So protecting the water with where we decide to forest is very, very important. The other thing is, given our hugely, increasingly urban environment, we need to try and think of as many wildlife corridors as we can. What's a wildlife corridor?
A strip of zone 5.
Sorry?
A strip of zone 5.
Essentially, for what purpose?
To allow the natural habitat for the wildlife that would be in an area, in any case, to get from one natural zone 5 to another natural zone 5.
Yes, and one of the things that's been observed is that with the increase in climate change, with the warming world, animals are on the move. They're moving towards the poles, or they're moving to higher altitudes. And animals move anyway. They move for various reasons, to mate and to do all sorts of other things, but they also need to be able to move to adapt to losing habitat, losing food sources, their area getting too hot or too polluted. And there are many, many reasons for that. And the same as the Connected Waters Initiative, there are organisations all around the world that are trying to move back against the increasing development and saying, even if you aren't developing, we need to leave like corridors or highways for animals to be able to move across the entire landscape so they can move where necessary. And so there's a huge one being built across all of Europe. The west coast of the US has the Yellowstone to Yukon Conservation Initiative, where they're working with farmers, with governments, with everybody, because they have to go right down the whole west coast of the US to create a massive wildlife corridor. And it crosses land owned by many, many people. So it's a giant collaborative effort. And it's absolutely critical. And Bob Debus, who used to be the federal member for the Blue Mountains, he's now running the Eastern Ranges Initiative, which goes down the east coast of Australia. And there's one big area that they can't get yet, and it's because the politicians did a deal with the Shooters Party and they can't quite get that last bit locked in. So they're working really hard to try and get a whole wildlife corridor down the east coast of Australia. There are various other types of corridors and various strategies that are used within these corridors. So in Banff and various other places around the world, they've developed bridges over highways because so many animals were being killed by cars and trucks when they tried to travel across the really fast-moving highways. So they're now building bridges for animals. They're also building tunnels. There's the bottom left picture there is actually Christmas Island. They've created an area under the road for the crabs to migrate every year. The picture on the bottom right is the Oslo Bee Highway, because the urban environment in Oslo in Norway is so built up. They're working with the whole community to create gardens all through the city so that bees have a way to move through the city. We mentioned earlier today the idea of nature strips. A lot of people have a little bit of a strip of lawn on their footpath that we could be planting densely for wildlife, to be a wildlife corridor. And guerrilla gardening is happening, where people are doing things like even just drilling holes into concrete and planting tree seeds in the holes in concrete. And then eventually, as the tree grows, the strength of the tree splits the concrete and allows more seed to fall and forests to start forming in the middle of urban areas. It's very popular in New York to do that. And of course, on private properties, there's so much that you can do. And there's a program in the Blue Mountains called Blue Mountains Bush Backyards, encouraging people to have a bush backyard. And so this is Ro Morrow's backyard. Her primary goal is to bring bush and water back into her property in the middle of Katoomba. So this is a dam she built at the top of her property, and she has bush all the way through in the back and the front garden. So it is a really important thing, as I've said many times, that whatever we do, we can't do just at the golf course. We have to engage the wider community so that we create wildlife corridors through the whole city for different species. In different countries, they do, like in the UK, I've forgotten what the animal was now. It was a sort of a burrowing animal, and they had a big campaign where everyone drilled a hole, like created a little hole in their fence so the animal could go between everyone's backyards and move around the neighbourhood. So people are starting to be aware of the needs of animals and how we can factor that in. And I'm sure Meredith will talk more about things like that in the future. And then we've got one other idea is a Japanese botanist, Akira Miyawaki, has really started this big trend around the world, is to build microforests, and they're dense native forests in the middle of urban areas. And they get people to come in and do a big like perma blitz to all work together to plant these really dense native forests. And because they plant them so densely, the trees grow up really high. And so you have this really intense little forest that, and the way that there's all sorts of techniques they use, but it's 30 times denser than usual and can grow, they reckon, up to 10 times faster. And they're using them to help reduce the heat island effect in cities. And the picture on the right-hand side is when a whole lot of young people in a permaculture course we did last year built a microforest at the top of Katoomba at Headspace. This is Nicola Lewis and the Whopper paddock that I told you about. I'm not sure we have time to have a look at this one, but it's basically in Grenfell, where, what time is it? Can you cope with one more video, or is it too many videos? You can? Yeah, is anyone videoed out, or is it all right? I can't see everyone nodding. Are you okay for one more video, Sam and Stella, or is it too much? Yeah. Okay, so this is the lady, Mikla Lewis, who started Wild Plant Rescue. Then she moved to Grenfell, which is out near Cowra, and bought a big degraded sheep farm. And it's a very dry area as well. And she's been devoting her energy to try and restore a completely degraded sheep farm to bring back biodiversity. So she invested all her life savings and with her partner into working on this. And she also works for Wires to save wildlife. And so this is the whopper, when she got funding from Greening Australia to fence off an area and bring back wildlife. So it's just, there are some amazing farmers out in central New South Wales doing incredible things to regenerate land. I'm just quickly checking what else we have to cover. Yeah, I think we've got just enough time to do this. So
most of this area was cleared in years gone by, and apparently there was a...
Sorry, I just wanted to say, if you look at the date, this was 12 years ago. So all of this has now totally grown up. So this is at the beginning. So it's amazing for me looking back thinking, wow, that's all happened now.
Ours is up in the hills here. This paddock here in front of us, or to our left, is a paddock that isn't used very often, and what we're planning to do with it is plant it out with all native species. Greening Australia have a project called the WOPA project, and WOPA stands for Whole of Paddock Rehabilitation. And the idea is that instead of just doing a strip of plantings around the edge of the paddock, that you actually plant out the whole paddock in rows, and you lock up that paddock for a few years until the plants are established, usually wattles and eucalypts. And then after a few years, when the plants are a reasonable size, you can let your stock in and they can graze on the plants. So you've got the best of both worlds. You can have habitat for wildlife and you can still graze your stock. And the other good thing that they've found is that by grazing on the wattle seeds and the wattle pods, which the sheep seem to love to do, they're actually, there's something in the wattle seed that helps keep them healthy and helps keep them free of worms. And they're also eating legumes, so it's like a shrub version of eating lucerne. So it's a legume. So yeah, it's beneficial to the wildlife and to the stock. And Greening Australia have been monitoring areas where they've been doing this project, WOPA paddocks, and found that a lot of little birds are coming back into these replanted areas. We planted this about 2 years ago and it's doing really well. We're very happy with it. We haven't lost any plants yet, but we did water them for the first and the second year through the hot, dry summers. So this is going to be a beautiful area in years to come. There'll be lots of birds. The red rump parrots and the eastern rosellas and the blue bonnets are already here and feeding on the grass seed. And we're hoping that in years to come, we'll get a lot more birds coming into this area and utilising it for food and habitat. This area here, Liz, we call our Cypress Dam. That's the Cypress Dam. This is the Cypress Dam picnic ground because we tend to have our picnics here. And these are beautiful old white cypress pine. These are the trees that are used for building, for panelling and floorboards. They're termite resistant, so they're very popular. There's not a lot of really large ones left on this property, so we look after them. And interestingly enough, we also have some black cypress pine, which you can't actually see from here, but they're just through there. And some lovely wattles. This is a varnish wattle, this one here, and there's some Dean's wattle over there. And we've got a lovely ground cover again of native grasses. And in spring, there's lots of lovely wildflowers that come up. So we really enjoy this area here. Over here to the right is a little stand of acacias that have all come up on their own in the last few years. And we've put tree guards around them as they've come up to protect them. And now they're really well established to the point where there are new young ones coming up around them. So in years to come, that's going to be a beautiful wattle grove. So most of this is regenerated. Lots of lovely birds. We have a couple of threatened species here, the superb parrot and the grey-crowned babbler, and lots of other birds at the moment. We've got the noisy firebirds because the mugger ironbarks are flowering. We've had some musk lorikeets here recently, which has been pretty exciting because we haven't seen them here before. So lots of different species. I think we've counted about 90 different species of birds on Rosemont since we've been here.
So I guess I wanted you to see that because when you look around and see the size, this is just one person's property, but the size of land and the scale of what it is we have to do, there needs to be as many different incentives and strategies and methods for making this happen, because it's not easy. This is a really big job that we need to do, and it's quite expensive. And so whatever strategies that we can find that work and can be replicated need to be shared as much as possible. This property is unrecognisable now, 12 years later. I really should go make another video to show you what it looks like now. Would anyone like to ask a question before we move to the last couple of slides? Okay, so the other area, of course, is the oceans. And our oceans are basically turning into, have become deserts underwater in many instances because there's been so much damage and so much destruction. And one of the really successful programs recently has been Operation Crayweed in Sydney, where they've actually restored the crayweed in the coastline alongside Sydney. It had all been killed by sewerage outflows, and it was really quite dreadful because they used to not control the sewage that came out of the urban area, and it all went into the oceans and just killed almost all the life alongside the east coast of Australia. And now they've got people coming and doing this amazing underwater restoration of crayweed and kelp and all sorts of things. But this was one big crayweed project that's been very successful. It's been one of the most successful ocean forest restoration projects. And it's not focused at all on sort of agricultural outputs. It's simply about regenerating a natural forest for its own sake, for habitat, and to bring to bring as many species back. And it's been incredibly successful. They anchored it down with cable ties. They had a lot of scuba divers, and they went underground with cable ties and anchored it all down. And this is a little video, but I won't show you one more video because I think everybody's come to the end of capacity for watching these things. But I can send you the links if you're interested, or you can just Google Operation Crayweed. It's a really lovely little video about all the guys, male and female, who did scuba diving and anchored all this crayfish in, and they've been very, very pleasantly surprised at how successful it's been. And you can Google operationcrayweed.com, and it's actually bringing crayfish and all sorts of creatures back, which is very, very exciting. And what we're going to do in this context, when we do agriculture, we'll also start looking at marine agriculture and marine permaculture and regenerative ocean permaculture. So I'll just give you a real sort of hint of where we're going, but we won't do it in depth because it's all linked. But permaculture's been very, very slow to think beyond gardens and farms. And it's really just the last few years that it's started to turn around and say, well, actually, the oceans cover a massive part of the Earth's surface. And already big companies are getting in and exploiting the oceans and creating giant monocultures. And we really need to get involved and make sure that we create biodiverse systems and we restore all the different zones like the ocean forests and the kelp forests. So we'll be looking at marine permaculture, we'll be looking at regenerative ocean farming, and there's a great example of green wave that we'll be looking at down the track. So there's just a little glimpse of all of these things that we'll be touching on when we get to agriculture. So, so that's it. We've just finished, well, we've just touched really on how we help give half back to nature with natural forests. And would anyone like to, it's been a big session, so would anyone like to say anything or comment on anything before we stop for a break and do wildlife to finish the day?
I just wanted to say there's a really good project in the ACT by the Climate Factory doing microforests. So they're doing microforests in all the suburbs in Canberra and the city.
Oh, so who is it? Climate Factory?
Climate Factory, yeah. So I lived next door to one, so, and it was community based. So it was like, yeah, everyone just gets together and plants trees, but it's in the inner suburbs. It's really beautiful.
And how did they draw people together to get them started?
I think a lot of those suburbs in the inner north, everyone's very community based anyway. And I think those, everyone's quite left wing in those suburbs. So I think everyone just kind of out of worth, what did I say? Yeah. Yeah, but it was really good. It was really fantastic. And all those places that they did it was, you know, barren, brown grass. So yeah, really beautiful. Yeah. And she's fantastic. I can't remember, Jennifer, someone who's, you know, does Climate Factory. She's an incredible woman. Yeah.
I'll look that up. Thank you very much. Anyone else like to make a comment? Yeah.
Yeah, was that all that stuff kind of part of Zone 5?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So underwater is the sea, like, permaculture also part of that? Ocean permaculture?
Yes. So what we're saying is that, you know, we could be doing a design for the golf course, or we could be doing a permaculture design for the ocean.
Right. Yeah.
So just because we're doing it at the top of Katoomba, there is a big planet that needs permaculture all over it.
Yeah.
And the ocean could be one other. And when I talk to you in agriculture, there's this guy who's been doing ocean wave, and he said it only costs, all you need is a boat, and he's made it easily replicable for anybody who would like to start ocean permaculture. And they've already got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of examples of it all down the coast in America, where young couples or friends just get together, invest a small amount of money and start.
Yeah.
And he's seeing it as a way, interestingly, the reason I just mentioned it now is because of what I was saying with Mikla Lewis at Grenfell. It's very hard to find the manpower and the resourcing to do all the reforestation that we need. And sometimes it's working with the incentive that farmers have to make a living to also contribute to reforestation. So that if you can persuade people to do permaculture farming, but make part of their farming to also grow and regenerate forest, then you can potentially get the manpower to have the incentive to do all of this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know, like we need a lot more Mikla Lewises, and we need a lot more of, you know, the guy who did Ocean Wave, and we need, you know, we need a lot more of those people, because there isn't enough government support yet. And there are also lots of philanthropists who are starting to give back land. There's I forgot to mention, there's this fantastic guy, Alan Hyde, over at Mount Irvine. Did I tell you earlier in the course about the Rainforest Conservancy? And basically, after the bushfires went through, I went to a meeting at Mount Wilson, And the hall was full of people whose houses had been devastated by those dreadful fires that came through 2 years ago. And they jointly, it was just extraordinary, made a commitment to give back parts of their land to regrow the original rainforest in the area. So they have a researcher who's found out what all the original timbers were there before they were logged, like the sassafras and all these different timbers. And now they're giving back their land, and they've started a not-for-profit rainforest conservancy, and they're working with researchers in Mount Tomah. And this one guy who started it is one of the senior people in the scouting movement. And so he's collected lily-pilly seeds and given them to scouts in Sydney, and the scouts are propagating them. Then they're going to come up and do plantings, and he's finding all sorts of ways to regenerate. He's saying this is something that is costing us money in the rest of our lifetime, but we're doing this for future generations so that we can replace the really highly flammable weed eucalypts that are here now and replace them with the original rainforest timbers and restore the landscape to what it was when it was a less flammable environment. And so they're all working really hard to work out how to add water to their properties to protect what they plant in the next fire season so they're more drought resilient. So they've got really, truly 500-year visions for what they're doing. And it's quite exciting. And one of the things that we could think about as well is what were all the original timbers in the Blue Mountains, you know, when, you know, before all the fires, were there other timbers that we hear on this side? You know, what, certainly they've done that research over at Mount Irvine because it's a different, it's a more volcanic-y, you know, it's much different soil to what we have in Katoomba. But yeah, so what they're doing there is just extraordinary with the Rainforest Conservancy, and they're really committed. And I just sat there bawling my eyes out through the whole meeting because they were just such amazing people. Like they all had grief. Like one of them had lost her family home that had come down through generations, and they'd lost beautiful historic gardens, and they all just said, yes, we want to do something for the future, not sit here worrying about ourselves, but let's act for the future. It's just, you know, that incredibly wonderful side of humanity that we've got to get rid of all the weed and get that side of humanity focused on, because it's quite spectacular. Just quite spectacular. And we have to.
I'm just going to make it so I can see everyone who's on there. Because that's the only thing I don't like about the slides is I can't see everyone. There we go. Okay. So welcome back from the little break. We're going to have a little chat about wildlife, which Liz has touched on a bit already in Zone 5, because they're part of Zone 5. So when we're looking at design with wildlife, we're keeping these two ethics in mind, that we're wanting to avoid harm to wildlife and protect them and increase their populations, particularly of those that are threatened, rare and endangered. And also practice the intergenerational equity principle, which basically means we're protecting them for future generations. So, so that those generations to come, human and otherwise, still have this wildlife, is still there and still has habitat. And while all the way through this, I think it's really great if we can just continue thinking about this, particularly in terms of urban areas, because of course urban areas are where there's a lot of habitat loss, and also a lot of like I know in the mountains there are lots of possums in people's yards and often, and in people's roofs, so often they're seen as a bit of a pest. And so I guess particularly thinking about urban areas, and because the site that we're looking at designing for is in an urban area, but it's also really close to bushland, how can we use that site to assist in returning wildlife to urban areas, and to think about how we can potentially use that to help people love wildlife and to appreciate wildlife in urban areas as well. So be keeping that in the back of your mind whenever you're thinking of your designs for the golf course or for anywhere else, for a garden or for anywhere else. So here are some design aims that we've got when we're thinking about our designs and we're thinking about wildlife. So trying to find ways to encourage wildlife for the benefits that they bring to the ecosystems, and designing habitats that are animal friendly. So one little thing in my garden, which has sort of happened a bit incidentally, we haven't even done it intentionally, is we have a lot of rocks, and we've built little retaining walls with rocks, and we have had some huge resident blue-tongued lizards. And even from when we first moved in, we had a part of a bale of straw with a wheelbarrow over the top of it. And one day we lifted it up and there were all these this nest of baby blue tongues in there. We quickly put it back. Okay, we're not using the wheelbarrow for a little while. But also heaps and heaps of skinks. And as a result, we have some snails and slugs, but we don't have that thing where they just come in and, you know, you plant out seedlings and they just eat the whole lot overnight. I've never had that happen. And I'm sure it's all the lizards. So there's, you know, there's ways, we want to encourage that wildlife so that they have habitat, but also we can recognize that they can really bring us amazing benefits as well in the garden. Another thing to think about is, and also just that animal-friendly habitats. So another thing that we haven't actually designed in, but has ended up working quite well, is with the possums, that they are in our neighbour's garage, which I think she doesn't really like, but anyway, there they are. And they come out and they go along their wires, electricity wires to our house, or sometimes along the fence and up a tree, and then they jump on the roof, and then they clomp, 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 clomp across the roof. And then we have a mulberry tree that hangs just a little bit over the roof, and they love the mulberry leaves. So it's like the way it's worked out is that they have their thing there that they love, and they have their little path that they follow, and they get to their tree and they love eating that. And as a result, they're actually, it's very rare that they eat anything else in the garden, like our fruit or our veggies or anything like that. So that's it's something you can think about, is when Liz talked about working around rather than thinking I'm here and everything, the zone 5, all those elements are going to fit in around what I need, is thinking, are there ways, you know, where's the possum's highway, and are there ways that we can work with that, not plant something that we don't want them to eat right near the house when they're clomping across the roof, and then they're going to go there next. So animal-friendly habitats might not just be like the rocks for the lizards and stuff, but it might also be not putting things, being thoughtful about where we put things that aren't in their way, in their line if we don't want them to destroy them. Then, of course, other life-affirming strategies like not using pesticides, which is all pretty obvious to us. Of course, there's sort of flow-on effects that the pesticides, of course, will attack those insect populations and things, but then those can be, it can go up the food chain, and particularly things like snail pellets as well. The way that we, much better to have lots of lizards than to be like using snail pellets that then can be harmful to other animals. Creating little sanctuaries, little ponds, or if there's enough space for that zone 5. So this is where at the Planetary Health site, there might be a lot of regeneration that can happen there that can really create these sanctuaries for different wildlife. So actually one thing that we could have a little look at here, depending on how everyone feels about videos, is that Council recently did a crayfish survey and looked at the native crayfish versus the introduced sort of yabbies in the waterways around the mountains. And that included the dam at the golf course. And it was found that none of the native ones are actually there, but they're in a lot of places nearby. So that might be an opportunity to create a bit of a sanctuary there in that dam. How does everyone feel? How are you feeling about videos? Do you want to watch? There's a video about that. Where is it? About that survey. Would you like to have a look at it now? Yeah? Okay. So the other thing about this is this was also it was a citizen science project as well. So people in the community were invited to take part, and it's not. Kind of not cooperating right now, but it will. Here we go.
There's no sound. Meredith, there's no sound.
Oh, okay, hang on. Okay.
It may be what Josh was telling me. You needed to click on something.
Advanced sharing.
And you click on optimize sound.
Yeah, you know, that's funny. Is that? Optimize video clips. Okay, let's try this again.
There we go, that sound.
Uh-huh.
Any luck?
One Euasticus spinifer. So its common name is a giant spiny crayfish. And that's what it is. And when we get it out, you'll see it's got lots of spikes and spines on it. It's a very spiny crayfish. And they grow a lot bigger than this. So this is really a baby on the scheme of things.
And how long has the trap been in there?
About 2.5 hours or so.
So is that a good sign that you've got?
That's a good sign, yeah. So it shows that the creek's quite healthy at the moment. So we'll take it up and process it, and we'll actually microchip it and then release it.
The way we can tell this species is these two spines here. The other spiny crayfish species has three, but the other one that we get in the mountains. And the yabby is totally smooth, doesn't have all these spines, especially along there.
This is the other local spiny crayfish species, the Sydney crayfish.
And is that the one you were expecting?
Yeah, we thought this was the more likely candidate in this part of the creek. So we've got both living alongside each other, which is fairly unusual and pretty cool.
In the mountains there's two native species of crayfish, and then there's also the actual yabby, so Cherax destructor, which is native to the Murray-Darling Basin and is invasive in the Blue Mountains.
Okay, so you've got both of the species here today?
Yeah, we do. It's very exciting, yeah.
Crayfish are sensitive to certain kinds of water pollution, in particular pesticides and things that are actively designed to be toxic to invertebrates. So on their own, they're not a whole indicator of creek health, but the fact that we're getting a pretty good abundance of two different local species is a sign that the creek is in pretty good health, and that it's still supporting many of the species that should be living here.
71.78.
71.78.
178 OCL. And I'm just going to microchip this one. So
Don't lose those eggs, honey. You must be really...
So now she's got a microchip in there.
How old this one would be?
Quite considerably old. Okay, so that's a female with eggs. And each one of those will turn into a little baby crayfish.
It's good how she sort of got them. I thought that was coming to get me.
Yeah.
Like, secured in.
Yeah, they're glued to those little swimmerettes underneath the tail. Yep. So the eggs hatch into a sort of a type of a crayfish, and then, you know, it goes through a couple of different molts under the tail until it's basically a miniature adult. Pretty much all of her eggs will hatch, and then you get the little babies running around the stream, and once they've hatched, and she'll just sort of shake them off and say, you know, you're on your own, you know, rack off kids, don't bother me. And then those little crayfish are really on their own in the stream, and really for every 1,000 offspring that are born into this creek, you'd be lucky to get one to make it back to that size. So it's probably 1 in 10,000 actually makes it to an adult. So, but that's it. All those little babies are the food source for all the other animals. So the platypus, the eels, the turtles, the water rats, the fish, everything, you know, is feeding off those crayfish all throughout the year. So very important to have those females releasing that sort of bounty each year, every year into the stream, because, you know, that's sort of the engine. These are the engines that are, you know, really running the whole creek system. So this is a female. It's got 2 little round dots there and there on the 3rd set of legs. So a decapod crustacean, so it's got 10 legs, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 each side. And that's sort of its twin ovary openings. So they have sort of on each side an opening. Okay, so this is a boy. It's got the little lumps, little raised bits on the back legs. So that's actually its twin penises.
Each time we recapture a crayfish that we'd previously microchipped, we can start to learn about what their growth rates are specific to these systems. And we found that actually they're growing even slower than expected, which we think might be because our water temperature is so low, because of all our lovely groundwater fed streams, keeps the water temperature pretty low. So that means that some of these creatures that are, you know, a medium size might actually be much older than you would think just based on their size.
Describing a species and giving it a name is incredibly important, because unless it's got a name and people know it occurs, it could become extinct and no one would know it ever existed. So, you know, really important to get these species described and on the books and people aware of them. So, and I mean, it's incredible, you know, like you'd think sort of Gosford or Newcastle that you'd know what crayfish are there, but no, we've described new species of crayfish there, and these are some of the most highly developed places in Australia. 90% of the habitat has already been wiped out. And because you do DAs and you do environmental studies, if no one knows the species occurs there, this doesn't even get a look in, sort of thing. So really important to describe new species and let the, you know, management authorities know exactly what's in your area.
And so there are 2 species in the Blue Mountains. Do you think
Yeah,
it's possible
so,
there'll be a discovery here of a third?
Well, you never know. We're discovering new species all the time, so anything's possible. But this is a pretty well-known area and pretty well trampled, so we would expect that what's here is known. The interesting thing is we're doing genetics these days, and the genetics of the Katoomba australasiensis are actually quite different to the rest of the species. So it might well turn out that, you know, we're going to have to redescribe the species and give it a new name. You know, stay tuned.
So far today, we've been thrilled with what we've found. Quite a thriving population of giant spiny crayfish, and a few Australasiensis living side by side. So yeah, thumbs up, and we look forward to sort of tracking this population over time and revisiting some of the larger crays that we've microchipped today and seeing how they're going next year.
Cool.
You can see why I love my job.
Yeah. And you know what, I really I didn't end up actually taking part, but I had no idea that there were native and introduced species. I just always saw these things in the creek and I just thought they're all yabbies. I didn't know what that meant. So I was educated by it, and I didn't actually even go out and but there's an opportunity just there for the golf course already, a suggestion that that there is a dam there already that has the introduced yabbies in it, but the native crayfish are the Katoomba Creek's not far away, so they're nearby, and so there might be ways to entice them into that site there.
I think what I really loved, Meredith, was learning how, you know, 1 in 10,000 gets to adulthood. So 10,000 of them are feeding the whole creek system and keeping everything else alive.
Yes.
And that they're the drivers of that whole system, which I had no idea of. And, you know, I just think people should, you know, feel like cutting their heads off if they think of eating one. Only 1 in 10,000 survive. Leave them there. Oh, gosh, I just don't think I could ever face anyone eating one in my whole life. It'd be really
Is that what's going on? Is that are people catching them?
I think some people do. That's why I had to put big signs all over the videos saying leave them in our creeks, and you know, using nets is illegal. It's only for this survey. And because we really had a lot of discussions at council. Is it better to show the video or not show the video? Because you're letting people know they're there. Might that make everyone go, oh wow, let's go get some?
So it's illegal.
It's illegal to have fixed traps.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's not illegal to go and grab one and eat it, like with a net. You know, just go and get a fishing net. So it's not illegal.
Yeah.
But to leave a fixed trap, because traps catch all sorts of things.
Yeah.
They're not good.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm hope, at least, you know, people with half a heart would look at that.
Yeah.
How could I kill something that's
right.
1 in 10,000 survival rate?
Exactly.
The whole creek alive. And certainly, you know, in my ignorance, in a previous time, if I would have, I don't go fishing, but if I did, I think, oh, good, wouldn't it be great to get yabbies for dinner tonight? Do you know what I mean? But I would never, ever, but I would go get, like they encourage you to take the invasive yabby.
Right. Okay.
If they want to get rid of those.
Right.
It's just that the average person probably won't be able to tell the difference.
That's right.
So it's the invasive yabby from the Murray is smooth, and the spiny crayfish have little spines on their legs.
The yabbies are the invasive. They're blue. Is that right?
I didn't actually see one, but I think they are.
Okay.
So Liz,
I only saw the crayfish. Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, Liz. How are the invasive ones affecting the native ones? Is it like a overpopulated, or?
I think it must be, and maybe they eat the babies.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
They didn't actually explain that to me, so I'm just guessing.
Okay.
They were just really, they're invasive. We don't want them here. They've got to go. And I just mustered them. Yes, okay, got to go. But yeah. But I would be hoping that at least if the dams on the golf course have the invasive yabby, but if they're also 1 in 10,000 survival rate, hopefully their babies are keeping the other species alive too at the moment. They still would have a place in the ecosystem. But what they're trying to do, this all started because a few years ago, down in the lower mountains, there was a massive toxic spill, and there was like thousands of dead yabbies everywhere, and it was just really horrific. And so then they started measuring to see if they could save them and measure, see if they could get them back. And that whole area's revived, and they've managed to sort of clean the water, and the crayfish are back. But in near Lura, so pretty well all the waterways are good, and they were very surprised at how good the Katoomba waterway was. It was before the diesel oil spill at the golf course, I have to say, a couple of weeks just before. But the Lura is not going very well. The waterways at Lura aren't good. So they were really worried about Lura, but they were very, very happy with Katoomba. And it could partially be that, all this rain is also washing away pollutants and diluting the water and keeping it cleaner. I don't know. But it was one of the best days I've had since I started at council doing that.
And that was recently. Is that right?
Yeah, it was just a few weeks ago. Yeah, I made that video a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Great.
Very exciting.
Okay, well, back to our sort of design aims is one other thing is that particularly in gardens, when we've got raider animals, so when we do have the possums eating all our apples and the cockatoos eating all our apples and everything else, finding deterrence strategies rather than anything that's going to harm the animals. We can have decoys. Sometimes things like having a rubber snake in a fruit tree will deter animals, or you can get these things where you hang up these. It's sort of like looks like a silhouette of like a bird of prey or something that you can hang up, and they sort of hum. My experience is that they work for like a little while, and then the birds figure out that it's a fake. They come anyway. But barriers, so of course like netting and is always my fallback. Mind you, we have some little rodents in our garden. I think we've got a mix of some native ones and some not native ones, and they have started chewing through the netting bags to get the apples, eat the apples through the bags. So nothing is foolproof, but we do what we can. So wildlife, of course, comes in all shapes and sizes. So even all those tiny little things in the soil are still our wildlife. So we've got to be thinking about a lot of folk out there with a lot of diverse needs when we're thinking about our wildlife in our spaces we're designing for. And thinking about also keeping in mind like the ecological functions that they serve in a particular environment or in a particular ecosystem. So that's probably, especially if there's areas of the planetary health site that are maybe going to be regenerated, or thinking, just bearing in mind, how are those animals part of these systems that we've been talking about? And what are they there, or what do we need to entice back to ensure that the things that need to be pollinated are being pollinated, and what the birds need to eat is there, and that those kind of food webs that everyone has what they need, and that it's the whole system there. And thinking about that in the strategies and techniques, what do they need? So when we're thinking about what are we planting, what plants are we designing in, what's missing and what's needed. So if that dam only has yabbies and doesn't have the native crayfish, like, why is that? What is there something that's missing from there that they need, that they're getting in the creeks but they're not getting on that site, for example? Enticing wildlife to work for you, we already sort of talked about that with my lizards doing their beautiful work on the snails. Now there's also the issue comes up of feeding wildlife, which can be a bit of a contentious one. Stella, do you have thoughts on this from your experience with wildlife?
I do. I encourage it. I think education on what you feed is big. I just think, maybe 50 years ago you wouldn't. But with our changing climate, and you think of what happened 2 years ago, there's not enough food now. 2 years on, there isn't. Yeah. And I think also, everyone's complaining about, in suburbia, wildlife coming in and the populations are growing. They're just looking for food.
Yeah.
And so I think, I think if you're educated on what you feed and how much you feed, and kind of aware of what's around you and the population that's around you, then 100% I think so. And if that's planting more trees, then fantastic.
Yeah. That was something I read when I think it was a South Australian environment department or something like that, and they had one of the things they said was, well, rather than feeding wildlife, what about planting more of the things that they naturally eat? Yeah. So that all comes back into as well, like looking at the needs and the ecology and everything. Does anyone else have any other thoughts on feeding wildlife or experience? Yes, Emily.
I'm just gonna start a sentence with when I was in Japan again.
Excellent.
When I was in Japan, I was living with this lady who practiced and trained in natural farming, so like the Masanabu Fukuoka one straw revolution like styles of techniques. And something I found really interesting was this ethic of the mountains is for the animals, and like our garden is, you know, it's us. So kind of like the Satoyama being like the zone 5, and then kind of the zone like 1 and 2, and maybe 3. But that really, like, the animals were here first, and it's their mountain, and we built on their mountain. So if they want to come and eat our food, well, it's probably just indicating that there's not enough food in the forest. And so we're not caring enough for that forest. So if the animals are coming down from the mountain and eating the crops that she would grow, she'd be like, well, clearly, like, I'm not doing enough in the harvest forest. And so like people who practice that would then be like, okay, well, we're going to do some more restoration on the mountain. We're going to put more energy into that. And then another ethic that she had, or people who practice this have, is in the harvest forest, there's bamboo, and the bamboo shoots come up in spring, and they're so delicious. Oh my gosh. And it was often this idea like, oh, it's bamboo shoot season, let's go into the mountain, like dig up all the bamboo. And then people were like, oh, but the Inoshishi, which is kind of like this wild boar, they've gotten to it first. And it's like, no, they haven't gotten to it first. That's their food. Like, should we even really go to the mountain and collect that unless they have enough to eat? And so, yeah, just kind of like that thinking I thought was really, really special. She also buried every year she would create this woven thing. I guess it's like a mamori. I'm not really sure how to translate mamori, but a special magical object that you create in Shinto tradition and with this tradition. And she would bury it in her garden beds. And so saying to the Inoshishi, like, this piece is mine, you can have the others, but this bit's the one that I really want to eat. And she said that they never ate that garden bed, which was really special.
I have tried, because I definitely, after the bushfires, the season directly after, all our fruit disappeared. The birds just came. It was still so small, much smaller than usual. And I let it go because I thought I knew they were hungry. But now I go out there when they start turning up, the rainbow lorikeets started turning up, and I went out and I had a bit of a chat. I don't know if it helped, but I said, you know, I know, I get it, you're hungry. I know, I understand. I'm hungry too. And so all the fruit that I can't reach, it's yours. You are so welcome to it, whatever I can't reach. They kind of squawked back at me, like they didn't sound like they were really, you know, that happy about it. But so I did leave. I only netted where I used bags. I only did the stuff that was in easy reach of me, and I left the stuff on the top of the tree. So I'll try and honor that and see. So I love that. I have a friend who does that. She goes out every year and she has a chat with the birds and she explains, and it works. The birds just eat the ones at the top, and she gets as much fruit as she needs.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah, she's a particularly special, sort of very spiritual kind of person. So there's lots of ways we can go about it. But yeah, what were you going to say?
Oh, sorry, just because of Emily and the bees, you reminded me of something. In Africa, as people are doing more rewilding, there's more community wildlife confrontations happening because people are getting, like, tigers are killing lots of people in Indian villages, and you know, there's all these different things that are coming up that are problematic. But there was an interesting solution in Africa where they had elephants coming in and trampling the crops and coming in and raiding villages, and so they put beehives on the fences.
Yes.
And that kept the sort of separation between the elephants and the villagers, and that appears to have worked. So there's, you know, you can find interesting, I think you just have to find a win-win for you and nature, for the rest of nature.
And I love that example you gave, Emily, and how they're saying you know, the animals were here first. We've moved on to their mountain. And it's the same as us starting by looking at zone 5 as well. That really their habitat was here and we've moved in. And so we really need to find ways to work with them, not turn them into pests.
I'll just show you this quickly. This is a book called Wild Neighbours that I illustrated, and it was put out, it was a Humane Society International book. And what it does, it goes through each animal, each wild neighbour that we live with, and the whole first part of the chapter is helping you understand that creature and what all its needs are and what its patterns are, and helping you really understand it. And so, oh look, right at the end, Stella, there's a wombat. And so I illustrated the book, so I got to know it through actually illustrating it and all the different creatures. But it's really, really interesting because it looks at the problems that they cause with human interaction and then possible solutions that take their needs into account. And I really love that because it's a totally different, it's coming from that, it's like that phrase that I might have told you earlier in the course, I'm not sure, where you say, seek first to understand and then be understood. And it's like, seek first to understand the animals before you need to have them understand your needs. So yeah, it's quite lovely. And it's like putting the mountain first. It's just that nice framework, isn't it? You're thinking.
Well, there's that awful stuff, you know, when I was living in Melbourne, I couldn't believe, you go into the CBD and they just see possums as the worst possible thing. It's really sad. And they've got, you know, the huge plastic barriers around every single tree, but haven't planted anything else for them. And then everyone gets angry that they're in their roofs, but where else do they go? It's really, I would just think Melbourne as a city would do much better than, wouldn't be so stupid, really.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the same thing happened with the Botanic Gardens in Sydney and bats.
Yes.
They've excluded them from there, which is a real problem. And then also one of the things that comes up with the Planetary Health Alliance globally is that between 60 and 70% of zoonotic diseases caused by human interactions with animals, 70% of sort of infectious diseases are caused by that. And it's because we've destroyed the way we should all be interacting. And in a lot of ways, what Emily was saying about leave the mountain for the animals and humans live in human settlements and, you know, give them what they need so they don't have to come in desperation to, you know, steal food from us, is also a way to protect human populations, because they say that we're going to be, the doctors from Harvard that set up the Planetary Health Alliance said that we're moving into an era of syndemics where pandemics roll into one another. And that's because we're not looking after our wildlife and providing them with what they need. So it's, you know, like, as a planetary health initiative, this should be one of our very first priorities, is to look after the needs of wildlife on this site and to say, what do our wildlife need? How can we demonstrate it? How can we demonstrate it at this site so everyone through the whole Blue Mountains knows what to do? You know, like, for example, it would be good to think about which animals come and what food they need and how is it catered for, and are we meeting that need for them? You know, that sort of thing. So it's a really, I think it's quite critical as a way of tackling a lot of these issues. And of course, you know, agriculture, animal agriculture contributes hugely to it as well. So there's a lot of reasons causing these diseases that are decimating our culture at the moment. And it's this relationship with wildlife that we haven't gotten right. And I think that when the fires happened, that was the first time I saw a really huge community upswelling of grief for wildlife. because people really got it in a way they never got it before. And I'm going to start crying. And, you know, and it was, and I think it got through to people, actually. They finally realized some of the implications. So now is a really good time to act with any education programs or anything, because people still remember it. It's still quite close to them. So any strategies people can think of for the design that we do would be extremely good, I think. One of the things I did this week for a year and a day, for one of my days, was I actually did research on all the edible plants that you can plant in the Blue Mountains that wildlife don't eat. So that we can plant things that they don't care about, and we still have enough to eat for ourselves. And then we don't have to feel we're battling them, you know.
And what were they? I'm really interested.
They don't like leeks. I put it out to Blue Mountains Garden groupies, and the consensus was, the one thing that everyone had consensus on was leeks. But it depends on, as it turned out, it depends on where you are. So if you're in the middle of town and you've just started a garden, most wildlife won't know you're there, so you can plant pretty well anything. If you live right on the bush, they'll eat everything. And it depends what it is. So if you can keep kangaroos out, you've got more of a chance. So I know with Blackheath Community Farm, we had a guy from the Megalong Valley who had an olive grove, gave us a few olive trees, and he said, oh, these will be fine. You know, they don't eat them. We're down in the Megalong. We've got a huge olive grove. They're fine. We put them in at our farm, and they came and ate the olive trees within a couple of days. So we had to, in the end, they even jumped on top of our herb spiral, ate our rosemary bush. So
they've got very refined taste, your kangaroos at Blackheath.
I think they must be Mediterranean roos. And so in the end, in order to be able to grow anything really, we had to put a kangaroo fence around the property. And then there's sort of layers. Then the bowerbirds and everything else came. And then the rats came. So now it's like, what can we grow that they won't eat?
Leeks.
So, but we do have a big cage to, but we've discovered that even, you know, the chicken wire that's about that big, rats can get through that. So we should have built the cage with, you know, the really tiny chicken wire. So if you build any kind of animal enclosure now to protect your vegetables in the Blue Mountains, because there never used to be big rat populations.
The rats are what get me
the rats are really bad because of that whole thing that happened in central New South Wales, the massive rat plagues that they came into the mountains as well. So now you really have to use the very, very smallest possible wire to cage anything.
But also not just a small wire, it's got to be the strong small one, because if you get the really fine small one, they will chew through it.
And you really shouldn't, even though we do have some at the farm because we bought it before we totally realized what we were doing, you really shouldn't use netting with holes in it, because snakes get caught in it and birds get caught and things like that. So it's not actually very wildlife friendly, the netting. But
I think particularly if it's black.
Yes.
The black netting they don't see.
Yes.
And if it's loose, so if it's stretched taut, then it's less of a problem than if it's sort of draped over and it's got all loose bits.
Yeah. So we did put some in at Blackheath Community Farm, but we remain incredibly vigilant. Like, we check it all the time, and so far it's not been a problem really. So but you know, it is something to be aware of, that they recommend not to use netting that animals can get caught in. Yeah, the tricky one.
I don't hate many animals, big animal lover, but I hate rats. I hate them.
I have to admit, We do have pet rats.
I
And
don't
they
hate
are
pet rats.
gorgeous.
I don't hate pet rats. I
But
just
wild
hate,
rats.
I don't hate pet rats. But a week ago, you know, I was caring for some wood ducklings that were saved, and the most beautiful ducklings in the whole world. And one morning got up and a rat had eaten them all, pulled off their wings, chewed their beaks. I couldn't believe it. And they're inside. It just makes me hate.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, they're pretty awful.
Which also reminds me of an issue at the golf course for you to think about, is that at the moment it's an off-lead dog walking area, not officially, but that's how people are using it. And we had some beautiful wood ducks with all these little ducklings, and people just kept coming and throwing balls into the pond for their dogs to jump in and swim around. And Dave King at the Gully, who you saw in the video earlier, he said it's just driven him totally berserk because he's had people and their dogs come and jump in the pond and eat the ducklings. And he just says, what are you doing? You've got to get your dog out. And they said, oh, they're just pests and they don't care. And so what they've done at the Gully is they've put signage all over the place trying to explain what they're trying to do and how they're trying to protect wildlife and kindly asking people to retain their animals and really trying to change people's perceptions and understand why it's important to care for these species and that they're not pests, they're natives and da-da-da-da-da. And they're just increase education around it.
Another great opportunity there for the golf course site too is to think about ways of educating people who come there about the wildlife and about what the aim of, you know, what's going on there. Yeah. And also to try and find ways to help people love the wildlife. So Liz had this idea of having like places set up for bird watchers or whatever that
you know those bird hides that you can go and crawl into so that you can watch a bird and they don't know you're there, supposedly.
I bet they do.
Look at those stupid humans sitting underneath those covers again. What's wrong with them?
I guess that's the other thing. You know, that it's sitting on the edge of suburbia is outdoor cats. I wonder I don't know, how do you stop that?
There is
council have started to look at that a bit, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a campaign to stop people letting their cats out at night, which is good. I don't know how successful it is, but they're trying.
I think this is an exciting time too, to be working with council, because they do seem to be quite, you know, they've got the planetary health stuff happening and they seem to be increasingly switched on with these things. So one of the other things that is quite exciting is that they've made a commitment to the rights of nature, and are the first council to do so. Is that right, Liz? The first government
in Australia.
In Australia. Do you want to just give me a wave? Well, everyone's got their videos turned off, so that doesn't help. Does everyone feel like they're familiar with that term, with rights of nature and what that means? Or would you like to, do you want to see a little video that just quickly explains it?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let's do it. It's pretty short. Okay, I'm just going to put back on that setting. When I optimize it for video clips, I can't see any of you, so I had to turn it off. Okay.
Hello and welcome to the first official Fast Fact Friday brought to you by the Community Environmental Legal Defense Fund and their awesome communications team. Today we're going to be breaking down rights of nature. Environmental degradation is advancing around the world. The United Nations has warned that we're heading towards major planetary catastrophe. For this reason, there is a growing recognition that we must fundamentally change the relationship between humankind and nature. Under the current system of law, nature is considered to be property. When something is considered property, that often gives the property owner the right to damage it. Therefore, those who own these natural communities are largely allowed to use them however they wish, even if that includes destroying it. Rights of nature is honoring and recognizing that nature has the right to exist, flourish, and thrive. Laws recognizing the rights of nature change the status of these ecosystems to being recognized as rights-bearing entities. It means recognizing that ecosystems are living, thriving communities. Now, we're not talking about giving every tree a lawyer. We're talking about creating a guardianship so that ecosystems can be seen in court as more than just a place to stick the next future Superfund site. And this idea isn't new. It's been around for millennia. We see our legal system fail to adjust to the thought of giving ecosystem rights. We see it panic and buckle under the pressure of people-led movements against climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental justice. Those in power are running scared. Rights of nature is a threat to the status quo. It's why local efforts have been preempted and kept off the ballot, and why we must be persistent in pushing back and calling out injustice. At CELDEF, we're working with communities all over the world to amplify not only their voice, but nature's voice. If you want to learn more, head over to celdef.org and reach out. We hear you.
Okay, so there's a little brief look at that. Does anyone have any comments they want to make on that? I feel pretty excited that Blue Mountains Council has made a commitment to that. I think that's pretty amazing. Oh, you're on mute, Liz.
It's also genuine, and it's being discussed all the time within council. How can we do this? Like, you know, we've made the commitment, but what can we actually do to demonstrate it? And it's hard because a council has 900 people working for it, and everyone is at different levels of understanding and commitment to support nature. Do you know what I mean? Because some people have just been doing what they do for 100 years and they don't care. But the people in the senior management really care. And so we're racking our brains thinking, how do we do this? What do we do? And this site is a great chance to demonstrate and to inspire the whole city to get involved and to really, try all sorts of things, like do different plots to look at how you manage weed, so that we can try and persuade people to stop using Roundup, which might influence pollinators and affect the food chain in different ways, or try doing something else. Like, we can see it as a citizen science plot where we do different things to demonstrate alternative ways of doing something. And one of the sites I got really excited about was Zealandia in Wellington, New Zealand. And that was another thing that nearly made me cry. It's this amazing place where they've done a big caged area right next to the capital city, and it's huge. It's much bigger than this site, so we can't really do the same thing at this site. I've thought about it really carefully, but they've done this amazing cage site that it's all predator free. So New Zealand has made a commitment to go predator free. So all the governments and everyone through New Zealand is working at ways to become a predator free country. And anyway, Zealandia their vision is a 500-year vision to restore life in this spot, and it's been so successful already that people in the city are complaining at the sound of rare birds, because there's now so many rare and endangered birds, they're causing too much noise.
In the city.
Yes. Yeah. It's so exciting. So yeah, so we really do have an extraordinary opportunity with this site like no other. I've never known anything like this before, to be just given, you know, a chance to do it. And they listen to me, which is, I just still can't get over that either.
So Ceci's just asked what it means to be predator free. So I think that in New Zealand, the reason they have
I should have said introduced predator free.
Yeah, but in New
Not
Zealand,
native predator.
they don't have the reason, I believe, the reason that they've ended up with so many flightless birds in New Zealand is that they don't have a lot of predators. That it's you know, a little island, and it sort of ended up before a lot of introduced predators. There weren't really many there. It was, they mostly had birds. And that's how they ended up with a lot of flightless ones, because they didn't have the predators threatening them. Yeah. And so, yeah, but introduced.
There are, around Australia, there are quite a few examples of where they're building big predator-free sites to breed you know, endangered species and to try and now there's a fantastic one in Central Australia that I shared the other day. Oh my God, I think it's near Roxbury Downs, the old mine, and it's so successful. It's just full of huge numbers of rare and endangered marsupials, and what they're now doing is they're training the marsupials to live with the introduced predators. So they're getting them from as soon as they're born and doing training exercises to teach them to recognize the predator, then hide from the predator. Because they didn't have a sort of, however animals learn this over, you know, generations, they didn't know how to respond to the predators because they were introduced. And so now they're having some success in actually training them to respond.
What's that? What's that?
Doing it in the Northern Territory to train native species to not eat cane toads.
What was that project called?
The one I'm talking about now.
Yeah. Or the one in the was it in Western Australia? Did you say?
I think I'll just try and. I think it's near Have you heard of Roxby Downs? Mine. I'll just check which one it is. I did a story on it last week. It's incredibly successful. It's called Arid Recovery.
Arid Recovery.
Yeah. And they've got even way back in 2016, they were teaching bettongs to survive through predator training. So this has been going on for some time. So these are outside the uranium mines, Roxbury Downs, Olympic Dam, you know, all the big uranium mines. So I think it's part of the big mining companies having to pay to compensate for the damage they're doing. So they're putting a lot of money into these restoration projects. So Arid Recovery is one of the most exciting ones I've heard of in terms of long-term success that's leading the world with what they've achieved.
Thanks, Liz. So I think we've already sort of touched on this a lot, and Liz already touched on this a lot in the looking at Zone 5. Was there, so I think you talked about all those things. Is there anything that comes up for anyone that they would like to contribute in on that? Needs of wildlife in urban areas that we haven't touched on already today? No. Okay. So that crayfish survey was a project that invited the community to get involved in a citizen science kind of a way. And this is just a list of some other, oh gosh, there are so many out there. I kept thinking of more. So there's the Frog ID app, which I know Liz did the other day as one of her actions. And it's actually, I've done it once a couple of years ago. It was really cool because you record the frog call on the app, and then they're able to identify it and keep track of the frogs that are in particular areas. There's the crayfish surf rate we already looked at. 1 million turtles was one I hadn't heard of before, but they've also got an app and they've got lots of stuff on their website. iNaturalist looks like I hadn't heard of that one before, but I had a look and it looks like a really cool one. It's a bit more, a little bit more broad. So you can get on there and record the different species that you're seeing in your area. Oh, that's good to hear, Erica. Erica just said that it's great. The backyard bird count I do every year, and I look forward to it so much every October. And I think I've done it for 3 or 4 years. And it's sort of been a bit devastating because the first year I did it, we had red brow finches and we had fairy wrens. The number of different birds in our yard since the first year I did it has really reduced.
I just highlight to everyone that I did put that PDF for plants to plant in the Blue Mountains to attract birds. Bird attracts plants. So that was at 3:18 p.m. So you can download that and put in recommendations in your design for plants we can plant at the golf course to attract more birds. And then we can make that part of an education program for the whole city to get everyone to plant more birds so that we can encourage a lot more birds back to the whole, to create a wildlife corridor for birds.
Yeah. Scuba poop is another one that we did. I'm not sure if that's still running or not, but they were looking at antibiotic resistance in wildlife living in urban areas. So we went around and collected up possum poop and sent it off, and they were able to see because, you know, we're living so closely with wildlife sometimes in urban areas that antibiotic resistance can spread to them. And this was particularly, they were looking at possums at the time we were doing it, that it can be a big issue for possums if they're attacked by cats, and the bacteria that cats have in their claws and their mouths is really festy. It's disgusting. And so sometimes possums, they can't, even if they get antibiotics to them, it isn't enough. The list of trees. Oh, maybe I'll post the link again because it was, Liz posted it during the break. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do it.
So that was Macquarie Uni, I think, were doing that one, the scuba poop. The wild pollinator count, which I think has finished now, but Emily was involved in that. I think that the last spring one was the last one. Was that right?
Yes, in November, beginning of
November. Yeah.
But there's nothing stopping people from.
But there's not.
Yeah. But it's a cute citizen science project where you just invite people to look at a flower for 10 minutes and observe, record any pollinating insects that come. And I highly recommend it as a meditation practice.
Totally.
You know what I think would be a lovely thing to add to your designs for the social design element is to do a year-long program of all these different annual counts and make sure that we have a program of activities at the golf course. So we have, when the wild pollinator count is on, we do a citizen science, you know, we do an activity at the golf course. when the bird count is on. So if we can find all the dates and set out a program of activities for the year to encourage education and engagement by the wider community, and people who maybe don't have a big garden can come and do it at the golf course and stuff like that.
Sounds great.
So that's one thing you can make a note of to factor into your designs.
And then, of course, there's wires, which isn't exactly, that's not a citizen science project, although it is something that citizens can get involved in. And the times when I've called wires, they have been amazing. So amazing. We've had a couple of times we've had injured possums and different things. I just think that's an amazing service to offer. And
did you know that the head of business services and like one of the top people in council who sits next to the general manager runs wires?
Oh, right.
So in our office all the time, we have baby possums and, because my desk is next to hers if I'm in at the main.
Do you remember there used to be, like, so when I was a kid, there was a man who was the newsreader on ABC News.
Yep.
And he cared for, I think, flying foxes or something. And sometimes he would be sitting there reading the news on the ABC News, and he would have like a flying fox in his lap while he was doing it.
Richard Moorcroft.
That's right, Richard Moorcroft. I love that. And then we had Stella with her possum, with her wombat the other day.
I had an appointment the other day, and the pouch on, and they just kept looking because it was kicking. And at the end, I said, "Oh, I'm not crazy. There's just a wombat. I'm so sorry. I didn't know if I was allowed to bring it into the doctor. I should have just pretended I was pregnant."
Okay, so we're coming to quarter five.
So just to finish up, we've already thought about this, but just talked about it a bit. But just to reiterate, keep these things in mind as you're designing. How can we encourage visitors to fall in love with wildlife? How can we make this site a global example of helping wildlife exist with us? And how can we use these designs to nurture wildlife and to encourage wildlife in urban areas, and to meet their needs alongside our own? So enjoy thinking about those things as you're thinking about your designs. I think they're particularly important for this site, where hopefully bush regeneration is going to be a big part of it, so that wildlife will be really, really important consideration there. Liz, do you have something for finishing off the day?
Yes, I think we should just all, with whoever's still here, just do the usual, I think, is to, yay, last man standing, good work, everyone. Just go round and perhaps touch on something that really resonated for you today to wrap up where we are, and just how you're feeling. Are you holding up okay? Our hearts are going out to everyone who's struggling with COVID. You're doing a great job if you're still here. So, yeah, Stella, you look like the healthiest one. Do you want to?
I woke up. I don't know, before I couldn't look at the screen, and I think that wildlife thing got me. Always gets me going.
Yay.
But thank you for today. It was really good. I also, thanks Emily, I really enjoyed patterns as well. I thought that was fantastic. So thank you. Thanks everyone.
Great. And any other comments you'd like to make, or you good? Good. Okay. Would you like to suggest someone else?
Yeah, I can see Erica.
Hi. Yeah, I loved everything I learnt about the weeds. That was definitely like a bit of like a paradigm shift for me, because I've always kind of had it like floating around that, weeds are not actually weeds, and they will have a role to play, but the fact that I could just so readily integrate what I learnt and appreciate it, yeah, and nourish my body was like really special. Yeah, I think I'm struggling a bit with the Zoom. Yeah, I'm just such like an experience-based learner, being doing like a hands-on degree and that sort of thing. So I have to admit, like it's a bit tough, but you know, I got my colored pencils out and I'm trying to make it as visual as possible. So yeah, thank you. And I'll pass it on to Sam.
Yeah, thanks so much for today. Yeah, I really enjoyed everything we looked at. But something that stood out was the old growth forests and yeah, and all the mycelium stuff. I had no clue about that, so that was like, yeah, really interesting. I'm gonna like watch that TED Talk again, with the guy, and yeah, yeah, I think I'm just struggling with keeping up with everything that we're doing because it's like I guess we are going over heaps of stuff quite quickly, and I do because I don't know anything about permaculture before this. I'm trying to like get all of it, so I'm having to like do it in my own time, kind of like take pictures and then go like because there's like too much interesting stuff that yeah just trying to learn everything. So yeah, but I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, so thanks.
Great.
And I'll pass it to Emily and Jonah.
Hey, yeah, today was awesome. I really loved patterns. Thank you. Super cool. Yeah, it was awesome. I just, you know, thought there was just Fibonacci and everything stemmed from that. But there's a lot more than just Fibonacci. But yeah, it was really cool. And also, yeah, learning more about weeds. Emily and I, in our days off between last week, we're doing a bit of like weed foraging around, or more just observation around Coogee, and like I had no idea that there was so much edible stuff in Coogee. Like, you know, and I can't imagine going in the bush now with this new lens. Will be awesome. So yeah, loving it. And Emily and I were just having a very quick chat about maybe further discussions to be had about next week, and if going in person for some or part of it will be possible. Maybe that chat can happen now or just between the facilitators, but we were just sort of thinking about it together. Anyway, just putting that out there. And Emily?
Yeah, wow, thank you. Wow, just so much today. It was just like so much juicy stuff. I think the thing that has stayed with me is so mind-blowing is Paul Stamen and the mycelium. And like I've interacted a little bit with the awesomeness of mycelium before, but I hadn't actually seen that video, and my mind was just exploding like every 3 seconds. And I'm gonna go watch it 12 more times because he spoke really fast to get all the bits that I didn't get before. And I'm really excited to learn more about fungi and mycelium networks now. And I'm really struggling with Zoom as well. I don't know, I was kind of off camera for some of it because I was doing stretching in yoga and like actively like here and present, but I did find myself needing to like stretch and move my body, and yeah, and so yeah, really like empathize with the Zoom fatigue, and I want to like work with my co-teachers as well to try and figure out some ways that we can work with some different ways of addressing that.
So yeah, you're not alone. Yeah, and yeah, that conversation, I think.
We did all have that conversation a little earlier, so we'll talk more with you later.
Great.
Oh, awesome. Great, yeah. And I will pass it to
Leanne's feeling not too well, so she's given a pass.
That's Detta, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. And like everyone else, I am struggling a bit. I get quite tired by looking at the screen. And also I have to drive from the library to the ashram and from the ashram to the library because the internet is not really good, but that's fine. And I am loving it though. I really liked today. It was so interesting, everything. And I'm also like Sam, I've got like this massive list, and there's 2 more pages of all the things I'm gonna look at, like all the films and books and stuff. So if you guys want a list, I've got it all. And I don't know who hasn't talked yet. I think that's it, isn't it?
Are you
Yeah,
there, Betty? I think Ceci's not there, so okay. All right, so yes, so we'll work on doing something for next week in person for those who can. Oh, Melissa, you're there.
I am here. I know I haven't been here for much of today, but I particularly liked the Sweetwater video, and I'll be watching that. Yeah, I'll be watching that again, and I'm really hoping to catch patterns via Zoom and wildlife. Yeah, the whole of the day really. At when on a weekend or something. If I could get that link, that'd be great.
Excellent. Okay, so you've done a great job. It's been a very, very long day. Tomorrow morning is going to be probably one of the most important sessions of all. So if you can all I know it's hard if you're not feeling well, but if you can try and be here right on 9 o'clock, which you actually all are very good at that. So I'm pretty impressed. So that'll be starting at 9 o'clock with the planners, and it'll be a good overview of what we're trying to achieve and an understanding of the site. And then we'll be doing harvest forests, farming and orchards and food forests. And what I might do tomorrow is just try and pull the 3 of them, because I'll just try and condense it all a little bit so we don't have such a long day tomorrow, and make it a little bit shorter so that you get the essence of it, but that that you just have enough information to get going. And next week we'll try and do more in-person stuff after having spoken to the planners this week. And perhaps that some people may or may not be able to join in, but you may have time to go even and visit on your own at a different time, like go and check once you've seen what the planners have to say. And the one thing I did work out, Emily, is that on Saturday, I'm going to work out a strategy that I'll put all the plans in place for doing a permablitz and for various other activities that we can do to help everyone work on the site and look at the site. And the permablitz, depending on how many people say they want to do it, it could be a few people come together and do it, and or there'll be components where if anyone wants to do a little bit on their own, they can come as well. So I'll set it up so that it has room for a joint activity and people to do something separately, individually as well, to feel involved if you would like to. So yeah, so I won't have time to do anything before Saturday because I've got to prepare all the lessons for tomorrow. But on Saturday, I'll pull something together for next week, and there'll be the opportunity to do a permablitz together for those people who feel able to do it. Yep. Okay, so that's it. Any other questions or comments? We'll call it a day.
Can I jump in and just ask Emily? Oh, she's not listening. That's all right. Emily, sorry. I was just going to ask if you had maybe 5 minutes after this call to maybe debrief with Leanne and I, just to give us like a really quick debrief of what we're actually doing with the plan that we might have missed out on last week.
By plan, do you mean design, or do you mean like the content of the first 3 days?
Just like the design and what's happening.
I'll tell you, I'll bring it up now with everybody.
Okay,
so what's happening is tomorrow, the planners will talk to you about the site, and they'll do, so what you haven't done is understand about the zones and sector analysis and site analysis and permaculture zones. So the really good thing is that the planners have actually, they will be presenting you with the sector and site analysis. They've done it. So normally in a permaculture course, you would have to go out and do all the site and sector analysis yourself, but they've done it for the site, which will really help everyone given how difficult it is to get together and do this at the moment. So you will have that data, and then what you'll be doing is we'll have groups. So we'll have to just kind of work out how many people we have left. I suspect we might have 2 or 3 groups, and those groups will then meet up either virtually or in real life and discuss all the elements of the zone, and what the planners tell you tomorrow. And then we'll look at how to create a permaculture design of the whole site. And that will include both a sort of a social plan as well as a environmental plan. So where we put, how we increase wildlife, how we manage water on the site. If we represent, like, zone 5 is going to be obviously very critical. Do we have any agricultural, those sort of things? We'll be talking about all that tomorrow. And then, so we will, even though you missed zones, I am going to go in depth with you about each zone. So you will get to know what they are over the next couple of days. And so then as well, through all of this, you'll be designing a social enterprise. So we'll have a couple of groups to design a social enterprise. And given how difficult Zoom is, we may just keep the same group for designing the site as designing the social enterprise, unless you have, what we were going to do, and this might be better. The idea was that we get to know each other a little bit and group with people who have a similar interest, because you probably want to do a similar social enterprise. So that means you could have a different group to doing the design of the site. But it depends. This is up to you to think about over the next day, everyone, and over the weekend, because we don't have to decide till early next week. But if you want to start connecting up with each other, you could decide to do the design of the site with the same group you do the social enterprise with, because you might integrate your social enterprise in some way with the site. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So there might be overlap. So it's just up to you to think about all those things. So you're going to be designing a permaculture design for the whole Katoomba Golf Course site to create the most ultimate, awesome planetary health leadership centre you can think of for the world. And then a program of how to take what you've done there to the world and to the local community. Like, basically, I'm saying to you, okay, guys, do it. Restore planetary health. We're giving you the land. We're giving you a council and a community willing to help you. What would you do handed this platter? And I'm the hardworking bastard who will help deliver it. So
so, like, you're so inspiring. I want to be, I'm sure everyone wants to be actually involved in the implementation later on. Like, let's have those chats as well.
Yeah, I'm open for you all to be involved and for us to then apply for grants to find ways to do it in whatever way you want to do it. And, you know, this is part of social enterprise design and saying, you know, what I'm trying to say to you all is, you know, the future of the world is in our hands, and you have a supportive council and staff saying, we will help you do what you all think needs to be done so we can do this because it's critical. We are thrilled that you're interested. Like, we just think you are stars for being here. So we want to do everything possible to work with you moving forward, you know, and let's find ways to do it because it's pretty awesome. And yeah, let's just get on with it.
Wow, thank you so much.
Pleasure. It's such a pleasure. And I just want to say how gorgeous you all are. I spend a lot of time behind these glasses crying in this course because I just think you're all so lovely. And I'm just so
Fabulous.
So it's just so very beautiful to spend time with you all. So it's an honor, really. So thank you. Okay, crying again. Okay, that's it. We're finished. Are we finished? Everyone good? Okay, we'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much, guys.
Stay safe.
Have a quick little
Thank you.